Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Ma'am, good morning. Are we audible?
Yes, I can hear you all. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, your voice is a little low and it's feeble.
Be louder now. Volume off. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you're audible now, ma'am.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
very
ma'am,
clear.
it's perfect. I think we can start the session.
Ma'am, the participants are joining. Can we wait for a few minutes?
Yeah, I'm okay to wait. Do you want me to share my slides now or not?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Oh, it says host or co-host. Teresa, I think you need to make me a presenter.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do it. Just a minute.
Right.
Ma'am, you have been presenter, ma'am. Now you can share your screen.
Thank you.
You're not audible. Ma'am, your presentation is visible, ma'am.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ma'am, we will start sharp by 10:05, ma'am, another 5 minutes. I've given a reminder for the participants to join. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
A warm good morning to one and all participants. A warm good morning to one all present here. So, on behalf of our PSG College of Arts and Science, Management, Secretary, and Principal, We are indeed and happy to invite you all for the third day of our International Virtual Faculty Development Program on Critical Radical Pedagogy Practice Perspectives in Social Work. Today, we have the most eminent resource person with us. So we are honored and it is a deemed privilege for us to have you, ma'am. So Dr. Prospera Tedam, Associate Professor and Chair from Department of Social Wellbeing, United Arab Emirates University, Abu Dhabi. Ma'am, it's an honor to welcome you, ma'am. I request our organizing secretary, Mrs. Teresa Sugirta, to introduce the resource person of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
The floor is yours, Teresa.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. A very good morning to one and all. It is my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Prospera Tedam. Dr. Prospera Tedam is Associate Professor in Social Work and Chair, Department of Social Wellbeing at the United Arab Emirates University, where she has been since 2018. She is an honorary Distinct Fellow, Social Work, Anglia-Ruskin University, Cambridge. She is a qualified social worker registered with Social Work England and has a practice experience of about 25 years. A social work academic with a teaching career spanning over 15 years in higher education institutions in the United Kingdom, Dr. Prospera has taught social work at the Open University of Northampton, Anglia-Ruskin University. She was external examiner at the University of Central Lancashire in Preston and for social work practice education course at Birmingham City University. She was a member of Independent Family Returns Panel at the Home Office, advising on child safeguarding in relation to children and families who had no legal right to remain in the United Kingdom. Dr. Prospera is an international consultant and trainer in the areas of anti-racist social work, education and practice, cultural competence and harmful cultural practices. A child protection and safeguarding expert, Dr. Prospera has research interests in the areas of social work practice, learning, fieldwork, preventive interventions, and child protection, with focus on children from Black and minority ethnic communities in the United Kingdom and on anti-oppressive practice. She is also the editor for the Journal of Practice Teaching and Learning and an associate editor for Child Abuse Review. So, having said that, I proudly take this opportunity to welcome ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. I hand over the session to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Teresa and colleagues. I hope you can all hear me. I have a bit of a croaky voice as I have just been celebrating my 50th birthday. So sorry, I just needed to put that in there. I'm delighted to be joining you today from the United Arab Emirates, and thank you for the invitation. So I intend to, I know we've got quite large numbers joining from various places, but in the interest of getting my voice across and my message, if you don't mind muting yourself if you're not speaking, that would help us to reduce the background noise, which I can currently hear. So if participants could please mute themselves, that would be useful. So I was asked today to speak about anti-oppressive practice, specifically looking at addressing social inequalities in social work. It's difficult to do within the time scale, but I certainly want to introduce some core concepts and ideas. So, given that you have talked about who I am, I won't go into much more of this. I think Teresa and previous colleague have actually explained and discussed who I am. Thank you. There was some background noise. Right, so let's go straight into this. But as social workers, we know what our job primarily is. We know that we are in places and positions of power. Whether we choose to acknowledge that power or not is a different conversation for slightly later this morning. However, we know through our work and just through being members of our communities, that there are millions of people who experience social injustice arising from inequalities that they might experience. And my understanding is that today we have a combination of social work educators and practitioners. And so I'm going to try and I'm going to attempt to speak to both of these areas, or both of these professional areas. So as social work educators, I believe we have a duty to provide our students not only with what is oppression and anti-oppressive practice, but how. How do we engage in anti-oppressive practice? Now, teaching that might be quite difficult within a classroom setting, but I know that there is innovative work going on within educator settings, looking at different ways to equip our students with the knowledge, the theoretical knowledge and the theoretical basis, but also with the practical knowledge about how to do anti-oppressive practice. So today I'm going to try and combine both of those and see how that works. And so in our role, we must, and for practitioner purposes, we must identify individuals and groups and obviously communities through our engagement and intervention. Now, we may be involved as practitioners with individuals who may not at the beginning demonstrate or even understand that they are coming, or they're being oppressed, or that there are some levels of inequality. And so what we do as practitioners going out there in that support is to ensure that we thoroughly assess that element of need. And so for me, we need to begin with an understanding of what oppression is. And there's so many different definitions of oppression. I particularly like Barker 2003. That definition speaks to me, it speaks to where I'm positioned within this discourse. So oppression, according to Barker 2003, is a social act of placing severe restrictions on an individual, a group, or an institution. And Barker goes on to say that typically a government or political organization that is in power will place these restrictions, whether formally or covertly, on oppressed groups, so they may continue to be exploited and less able to compete with other social groups. The oppressed individual or group is subsequently devalued, exploited, and deprived of privileges, and therefore, or ultimately by the group which is perceived to have more power. So you will see in this definition of Barker, and um, for me, a real reflection in the red font. There's a
Ma'am,
real reflection of
ma'am,
some of my.
ma'am,
Sorry, there's some background noise.
ma'am, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah,
A kind request. Can you please uh, share your slide and make it slideshow, ma'am?
yep, that's what I've done. Can you not see it?
No, ma'am. It is only in the view. Can you please make it slideshow, ma'am?
It is slideshow on my laptop. Let me try
Yes,
again.
ma'am. Slide.
Let
Yeah,
me
yeah,
try
please.
again. Can you see it?
Ma'am, it
It
is
is
only
showing
the
only the
screen view
cover
is there.
slide.
Okay. Let me stop the slides and
Ah,
let me end the show and start again. Can you see what can you see now?
No, madam, still not.
Oh, okay. Um, Teresa, I sent you an email of the slides. Do you have that, please? It might be easier for you to
yes,
share.
ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we can
Okay.
present it then.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
You can go ahead, ma'am. We'll present it.
Okay, you'll present.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So I was at the point where I was looking at this definition of oppression from Barker, because one of the key things about anti-oppressive practice, or indeed any practice philosophy or practice ethical practice component, has to you have to begin with some kind of understanding of what you're looking at. And so this definition here in red, hopefully Teresa's put that out there, you can see it, for me speaks to what we're trying to talk about today. So when we talk about oppression as a social act, it obviously means that there has to be a social interaction. And these social interactions, as we know from our profession, are between the social worker and the client, amongst family members or client groups, between the manager and the social worker, between the social workers and government, between the employer and the employee, and so on and so forth. So, in essence, the social act of placing severe restrictions on anybody is really something that we need to relook at as people from a social work background. These restrictions, as we call them, are either formally placed through legislation, through policy, through practice, or covertly done. When I say covertly, I start thinking about the ways in which some of our practice and the ways in which some of the policies, if you like, and laws are interpreted or misinterpreted. Those sorts of misinterpretations further result in particular groups becoming oppressed. When these groups are oppressed, it almost gives the space for them to become devalued, exploited, and deprived of their privileges, which for me is what social work should be striving to disrupt. So the definition by Barker is one for me that speaks to what we should be doing as social workers, particularly thinking about our international definition and where it talks about where, tensions where individuals meet and connect with environment. Now, where you meet and connect with environment, the environment comprises of these people, other people, governments, structures, systems, individuals that then are the ones that place these difficulties and these difficult restrictions on the people that we are working with. We can look at oppression according to Thompson. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with Thompson's discussion of levels of oppression, where he proposes a PCS framework. And the PCS framework merely tells us that oppression operates at three levels: the personal level, the cultural level, and the structural level. So you can see three levels of oppression there. And the personal level is the one-on-one, where a social worker, perhaps knowingly or unknowingly, works with a service user, and where there is some oppression based on what the personal or the person has um, imbibed and learned from their own environment over the years. The personal form of impression is the very fundamental part of it. It also requires a kind of psychological tuning. So sometimes when we ask students, if we are educators, when we ask students to think about where some of their views come from, you will often hear people say, well, that's just the way I am, that's just the way I've been brought up, and so on and so forth. And so to think about how the personal levels of oppression are as equally important as the structural. Another level of oppression, according to according to Thompson's PCS, is the cultural level. And this is this is perceived as how societal groups and cultures conform. And by conforming, they think about, they prescribe for themselves on a cultural level what is right and what is wrong, what is valued and what is devalued, what is encouraged and what is discouraged. And you will find that the cultural levels of oppression are really ingrained in a lot of the cultures that we have across the world. So at this point, I'm going to invite you to think about your own specific location, where you are based geographically, and think about what the cultural levels of oppression look like there. So, like I say, if you are in a community where you are from a marginalized group or minority group, you might be experiencing what is cultural oppression based on the fact that there are larger groups that will oppress you because you are within or from a smaller or small minority. So, moving on from the cultural and the more broader is really looking at the structural. We could talk about the structural levels of oppression forever. However, we need to look at the structures that are in place that cause these divisions. And these structures we can look at are more at the macro, if you like, level, where we're looking at particular organizations, government institutions, your social work organizations where you work, and how whether or not, at the structural level, do we challenge oppression enough? Do we acknowledge and manage resources and the distribution of resources sufficiently enough to enable oppression to be minimized or to enable oppression to be completely dismantled? And so, looking at what we think is oppression, or what we've discussed earlier around what oppression feels like or might look like, we need to think about how we as social workers and social work educators promote the opposite of oppression, which is the anti-oppressive practice or anti-oppression. But in order to be anti-oppressive, specifically within this context, we cannot say, well, I'm anti-oppressive on the personal level only, and then proceed on the cultural and structural level to continue to act within organizations that don't don't challenge oppression and that support the power of a few over the power of the minority. So, thinking about this, we have to recognize the importance of, as I say, the need to act anti oppressively. So, carrying on then with the kind of theme around, oppression and what that might look like, and how, as social work practitioners and educators, we, or perhaps even students, we need to take a particular stance on what we are doing. Now, Baines very poignantly talks about oppression as arising from social labels. These social labels are often wielded in a way in which discriminates against people who are perceived as powerless, um, powerless in terms of race, gender, class, etc. In terms of thinking about that, it therefore means that if these are going to be social labels, it means that identity and societal labels absolutely play a central role in allocating power and privilege. If we think about our roles as social workers, our careers as professors, assistant professor, educators, professors, whichever level and rank that we work in, these roles automatically allocate us power and privilege. Now, that is not necessarily a bad thing. It's how we therefore use the power and privilege which we need to think about within our own context. So, when we perceive particular groups as wielding power and privilege, it is automatic that we look for the opposite of that, which is the groups that are less powerful, who are marginalized, and who may be oppressed. Dominelli examines the concept of othering and talks about it as a critical process in social oppression, again, where a dominant group constructs an individual or a group as other. You're other, you're over there. And this othering creates the exclusion from a particular group. It also creates categorizations. It also creates inferiority versus superiority, powerful versus powerless, and even to the point of being pathological. And so Dominelli's work, and Dominelli talks about anti-oppression as both a method or a process and an outcome. And I'll talk about that shortly. So there is this view from Dominelli that othering pretty much reinforces this whole idea of oppression, because othering means that I feel in a position, I feel powerful enough in terms of a hierarchy, I feel high enough to oppress the other person, or the other group, or the other gender, or the other sexuality, or the other age group that people might belong to. So, moving on then, before we kind of launch into kind of how we might work through oppression and oppressive practices. We know that where there's oppression, there's likely to be, or there always is, shall I say, social injustice. And so as social workers, we work towards social justice. But I hear the term shared and used so loosely, especially by students, that sometimes I'm quite worried about just how much they understand what that concept means. So social justice is not an automatic thing that comes to being because you have good intentions. And those good intentions will not travel far without a proactive and active intervention. So, in choosing to be anti oppressive, we must be deliberate, we must be intentional, and we must be committed. So, for me, that is for me the fundamental point, that when students talk about anti-oppressive practice, they talk about it as a kind of distant term that is away somewhere. It's somewhere else where I can be here and wish it to happen. And that's why I make the point that, particularly for students, we need to not only talk to them about what it is, how to recognize it, but also how do they go about dismantling and disrupting it. And so we must be deliberate, we must be intentional, and we must be committed. And on the kind of theme of social justice, I wanted to mention the fact that, you know, advocacy, for example, is a really useful strategy in achieving anti-oppressive practice. But again, it's a term that I think is loosely understood, not by mainly by students, where they talk about, I'm going to advocate on behalf of this client, and then they come back with nothing necessarily. They don't necessarily come back with anything. We want to move away from these things being buzzwords. That is my key message for today. We want to move away from terms like anti-oppressive practice, advocacy, social justice, activism. We want to move away from them becoming buzzwords. And we need to ensure that the goal of all of these words is social change. And the change that we're looking for should be defined by the people who are experiencing oppression. We cannot be the givers and the takers at the same time as social work educators. We've got to think about the way in which, sorry, bear with me a moment. We've got to think about the way in which we ourselves demonstrate advocacy, social justice, activism, and how do we respond to activism that goes on in our various communities, in our various areas when we're working ourselves. Apologies, I'm in a bit of a coughing fit today. So just thinking about this alone helps us recognize that if we are looking for social change, whose change? Who is defining change? Gosh. Okay. So if we are, as researchers, educators, if we're going to be good social justice leaders and advocates, it involves having difficult dialogues, it involves risk taking, and it also involves applying collective empowerment strategies to combat systems of oppression. Now, depending on where you're located geographically, you may already know who or which groups, which individuals are marginalized. I noticed that there is a chat function on here, and I want to invite you to make some comments about who you believe in your communities are the marginalized groups. And we'll pick that up as we carry on, because if we are all trying to be social justice leaders, we have to listen to the people who suffer from or experience oppression. We also have to think about the needs that they have identified for themselves. And like I say, we have to have difficult dialogues. We've got to take risks, and we've got to think about strategies to combat oppression. Now, for me, if you can move the slide, please. For me, one of the things that I've learnt over the years is that merely sitting and waiting for things to improve won't take us anywhere. Merely wishing that the world was a better place, that our service users and clients had better opportunities, that the people who live in deprived communities had better access to water, better access to resources. Simply sitting, wishing, praying, hoping won't take us far. It may, however, make us feel slightly better in ourselves. But what we seek to do to move things to the next level, in my view, is to actually do something about it. So I want to challenge everybody on here today. I'm not suggesting that no one is doing anything. I'm simply suggesting that by my challenge, I'm saying, let's reflect on what we have done. And let's think about what we could do going forward, given the changing nature of the world, given the changing nature of what we've been experiencing. We only have to be thinking about the current. And we know that the COVID-19 pandemic unleashed a wave of disruption. But there were certain people who were more disrupted than others. And those will be the particular groups that are from, or individuals that are from, disadvantaged and or marginalized communities. And therefore, the oppressive practice in that regard comes from the not listening, the not being able to understand the needs of communities, the not wanting to understand the needs of our communities and groups. So for me, that is a key thing. So on a very personal and practical level, I wrote a book. So I have a copy of the book here if anyone can see it, but obviously you've got it on the slide here. I wrote a book that I hope will be helpful to people. And I want to now talk about a specific framework within the book. It was absolutely clear to me, or it has been clear to me over the years, teaching in higher education, that it was difficult to teach anti-oppressive practice. And another part of this is, how do we teach it in the classroom such that when students graduate, they feel confident and equipped with the skills and knowledge to work anti-oppressively? If we do not get it right in the classroom, we will be perpetuating this view that anti-oppressive practice really isn't important, and there can be people and groups and communities and cohorts from universities that can graduate without knowing about anti-oppressive practice in the way in which we would want them to know about it to work effectively. Indeed, many people who come into social work, very many, I can't put a finger on the statistics, but a significant number of people who come into social work may be from minority or marginalized groups themselves. Therefore, it makes sense that we think about how we teach these people to understand their own experiences, but also to be able to go out there in practice and deliver very effective, innovative social work. Indeed, my concern more generally, and you'll see that from my writing, so racism is the area that I focus on in a lot of the work I do, but I also wanted students that I've been teaching over the years to have a framework that would help them understand how to do this. So in the book, I have devised and shared what I call the 4D2P framework. And the framework assists people to make sense of their experiences of oppression. For me, it emphasizes the needs for social workers to reflect on their own power and privilege during their intervention and interaction. But absolutely crucially for me, the framework, the 42P anti-oppressive practice framework, makes it imperative for practitioners to do something. There is no longer for me any mileage in just talking about things year on year on year, week on week on week and day on day on day. We need to begin to shift this dialogue from dialogue to action. So again, I think this is probably a repeated slide. Do bear with me. When I was finishing the book, at the point that, so this book is by Sage, but when I was finishing up the book, it was the time where George Floyd was murdered in the US, and it didn't seem right for me to submit the manuscript without considering not just the murder of George Floyd and others who had been murdered by police and other kind of brutality. But it didn't make sense for me to just talk about that. And also the subsequent Black Lives Matters movement that then shook most parts of the world, looking at inequalities according to, or, by virtue of race. But for me, also looking at the broader oppressive and practices around the world, and thinking about how we needed something that could help us understand and address that in our practice. So I'm aware that in some of the places that you work or teach, in terms of the audience today, I'm aware that anti-oppressive practice may not necessarily be something that is embedded thoroughly in your curriculum, or it may not be embedded thoroughly in your practice curriculum or your placements or fieldwork or practicum. So what I'd like to do in the next 20 minutes that I've got or so is talk you through anti-oppressive practice and getting us to think about how to operationalize what sometimes is a loosely defined concept, but also quite an abstract concept for others. So we were all put through the excruciating pain of having to watch, and some of us rewatch and rewatch and rewatch, the murder of George Floyd captured on phones, cameras, and so on. And this was online. And immediately we started to talk about how oppression operates in our own specific areas of practice and in our own professions. So the idea, the whole concept of anti-oppressive practice did not just make sense in social work, it made sense across a broad spectrum of professions. And people started to look at oppression more widely, racism more specifically. And again, I invite you to use the chat function to reflect on what that meant for you. The point at which you witnessed or watched or heard the murder of George Floyd and how he came to die. That is what I would want us to reflect upon in the chat, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, there's some background noise.
Yes, ma'am, I am trying to unmute myself. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, like I said, I would really invite you at this point to use the chat function or whatever to reflect on, where were you when you watched this video of the murder of George Floyd? How did that ignite a part of you that perhaps had been dormant? How did that reveal a part of you that you thought didn't exist? And how is that making you work differently with marginalized groups? We know within the context of George Floyd, what was happening there was an excessive use of power, which we will talk about in a minute. Overly excessive, obviously, a fatally excessive use of power. There was a huge amount of privilege in that process. But George Floyd himself was perceived from a lens of stereotype. He was a black man who had allegedly presented some fake currency. But whether or not he was in the wrong at some point, or he had, there was something that he had done, we need to reflect on the response to what he has done, and which is where social work comes in. We work with a broad range of service users and clients, some with mental illnesses, homelessness, some experiencing various forms of domestic and cultural abuse, many who, for children and young people who may be removed from their families and disassociated with their families, children and young people who are in the youth justice system, older people, older adults who may be experiencing mental ill health, dementia, other forms of frailty. When we think about that level of vulnerability from our clients, and then start thinking about the amount of power we have, you can already see that as social workers, we have tremendous power to either support, inform, advocate, and empower service users or to oppress them further. So the 4D 2P framework, then, the 4Ds represent for me what is a very hands-on practical application. It's about discussing, discovering, deciding, and disrupting. And I'm going to talk about each of those individually and invite you to reflect on how you might do that and how you might, or how you're already doing that and how you might do this within the context of oppression. So, where oppression has occurred and you're having to meet up with your client that has come to you with a context, let's say, of homelessness and mental illness, you begin with a discussion. You're listening to the concerns that are being raised. You're listening to the language that's being used to describe these. And for you as the practitioner, when you are listening and wanting to understand what's being said, you too must use non-oppressive language. You must not label the service user, the client. You must use non-oppressive language to gain an understanding of what is happening. So the discussion phase of the 4Ds is the beginning, and it's really important to get the discussion right. Within the context and within the process of the discussion, you may discover what's going on. But you need to be absolutely clear. What is it you found out exactly? What kind of oppression? Is it gender oppression? Oppression due to sexuality? Oppression due to racism? Oppression due to age? And what is the evidence within your discussion that has been provided by the client or indeed a student on practicum or a colleague at work? So we think about the beginning two Ds as you discuss or as you have that dialogue, there will be a discovery. We move on to the next slide. The discovery then takes us to a decision-making space, which is where you as the practitioner has a lot of power. Do you actually understand what has been said, what is going on? What is going on within the life of the client or your colleague even? Is it overt or covert? Is it a microaggression? Is it a micro-invalidation, harassment, victimization? What exactly is going on? Because you have to make a decision based on that. Now, you can decide not to do anything about it. Oh, yeah, okay. My client who was experiencing homelessness due to mental illness, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Okay, then in that case, you're probably going to end your framework at that point. But if you really and truly believe that the housing department is being discriminatory and oppressive towards your client, and that the mental health system is being oppressive, then you need to think about what to do about that. So, like I said, within the third D, which is about the decision making, if you've got the evidence, but if the evidence does not bear you out, you might decide that at that point you're going to stop the intervention. However, if you decide that there is something that is going on here, then I urge you to move to the fourth D, which is about disruption. If you decide to proceed, then you need to disrupt racism, oppression, homophobia, whatever it is that is going on in that context. I see the 4D2P, or certainly the 4Ds at that point, I see that as closely linked to social work practice. From the discussions phase on the 4D is equal to building rapport and beginning your assessment with your client. When you discover, that is the result of your assessment. When you make your decision, that is your analysis and decision making in terms of social work practice. And when you disrupt, you are intervening in order to improve. Nobody disrupts, or nobody should disrupt with a view to making something worse. A disruption must always be with a view to improvement, making life better. But as social workers, when we do all of this, we must reflect on the two P's. And the two P's are power and privilege. Okay. In order to work effectively using this framework, we need to remember that right from the beginning of the process, from the first D, which is the discussion phase, all the way to the disruption phase, power and privilege should be at the heart of your interactions. You need to continually reflect on your privilege and power as an educator or as a practitioner, and acknowledge how that this might be impacting on your work. So it's very easy for us as social workers, especially if we are from minority groups ourselves, to say, oh, well, I don't really have power. Well, of course you do. You have professional power brought upon by the knowledge you have as a practitioner, the license you have as a social work to practice, and the degree or the masters that you have in social work education. So we do have that power and we do have privilege. The privilege is this, that in some, I know many people are from many parts of the world, but certainly within an English perspective, the privilege that you have is that you can enter people's lives. It is indeed a privilege. And sometimes we enter people's lives not voluntarily, but by court or other more legal, through other legal routes. And so for us, we must continually reflect on that power and privilege. But what does the privilege look like? Gender privilege. If you are male working in a largely female organization or setting or with clients, you need to consider whether you have gender privilege. Racial privilege. If you're a racially minoritized group within a wider context, you need to think about where that racial privilege is coming from and how others might be using it. As I said before, sexuality privilege, class and status privilege, but also reminding ourselves that these are not mutually exclusive, they interact to construct our identity. So a combination of being, I guess, the usual phrases, being white, male, middle class is usually what we use to kind of make the point. That kind of intersectionality means that we are occupying various privileged positions, but how do we use those different privileged positions to assist and support and empower and advocate on behalf of our clients rather than use it yet as another form of oppression? Knowles, I really like Knowles's work. Knowles suggests that, look, as people, we can respond to oppression in different ways. In one of the three ways, we can deny it, we can distance ourselves from it. Oh, it's over there. Oh, yeah, the whole issue with Ukraine. Yeah, it's there. It's way over there. Let's distance ourselves. Or you can attempt to dismantle these forms of discrimination and oppression. Again, in the chat, please do use the chat to address this concern for yourself. Where do you think, or how do you think you respond to oppression? Do you deny it? Do you distance yourself from it, saying, oh, it's over there, it's in that team, it's in that town, it's in that country? Or do you ever attempt to dismantle, or the words that I prefer to use is to disrupt? So the reflections then that I would again invite you to think about within your chat, and maybe later on when you have a plenary or some conversations with colleagues, as an educator, a social work educator, I need you to think about this? Have you questioned or challenged dominant ways of thinking in order to transform power towards equity? Have you done that? And how do you convey this to the students that you teach? If we do not frontline and if we don't frontline issues of oppression, discrimination for our students, how do we expect them to gain not just the what, but the how when they go out to work once qualified? If you're here today as a social work practitioner, I invite you to reflect upon how your interactions with clients, during your intervention with clients, have you thought about your power and privilege? And of course, your social location and how this impacts on actions. And I'll give you an example from many, many years ago. Um, one of my students was experiencing a crisis during her practicum, her fieldwork, and I went out to see her with her practice educator to think about what was going on for her. She was a fairly young student. And when I say young, I say that respectfully because we moved away from a minimum age of doing social work to anyone could do it once you've got your A levels. And that meant that I think around 2003, that therefore meant that younger students straight from A levels came into social work. Whereas previous to that, you had to be 21 or older. So this was a young student, or younger student, shall I say. And what the student shared with me was quite powerful. She said that she came from a fairly, well, I'm using the word fairly. She said she came from a wealthy family, very privileged background, had never seen a home where the fridge was bare, there was nothing in the fridge for the children, and there was no carpet. And what she described was that, the floorboards in the home that she went to visit as part of her placement, her practicum, the floorboards had nails at the end, at the edges, suggesting that carpets had been removed. And the family obviously did not have any financial resources to replace those carpets. Now, because she said she'd never seen a fridge so empty, she'd never known that people live like that. She didn't know how to assess this family. Therefore, the report that she wrote for her practice assessor was quite harsh. And in her view, and by my observation, unintentionally harsh, where she said the mother needs to get food into the fridge. The nearest shop is only 15 minutes away. Mother also needs to get carpets into the house because it's quite cold without carpets. And the practice educator felt that the student was not adequately reflecting on their own power and privilege, and that the student was being oppressive towards the family because, or the mother and the children, because she had no concept of um, poverty, if you like, or disadvantage at that level. This is why we need to keep thinking about social location. How does my current social location, my power, my privilege, how does that impact on my actions and my reactions to clients when I'm working with them? Now, I've not been able to, fully, what's the word, fully talk you through the 4D2P framework, which I would have liked to, given more time. But I just want to make it absolutely clear that because it's my model or my framework doesn't mean it's wonderful. I don't believe that there is a model of practice that will completely eliminate oppression and social injustice. I don't believe there is one. But in taking a stance for social justice, social work education will benefit from having a variety of approaches to guide pedagogy and sensitive practice. So my contribution obviously is from that book. And from a very UK perspective then, whilst there is some good practice occurring, I think it is insufficient for educators like us to silently condemn racism, for example, without being vocal, without wanting to disrupt oppressive structures, without trying to disrupt oppressive behaviors in the area where you have significant influence. So you guys have people on here today have that influence in the spaces where practice and learning occur, whether that is in the classroom, that is out on the field, that is in any organization. You have significant influence to direct the nature of our to direct the nature of your service, but also you have the opportunity to direct and inform anti-oppressive practice within those sectors where you have power and privilege. So let's begin with where we are. It's great. We all want to go out and change the world, and I certainly believe some of you have, or some of you will, are yet to do it. But let's begin with where we are. Let's start from where we are, the spaces that we occupy, the privilege that we have in the classroom, where students look up to us as people of so much knowledge. That is the point at which we need to introduce topics and areas that are really meaningful, that are dear to our heart. And when you qualify as a social worker and you have a manager or team leader or supervisor who equally is committed to anti-oppressive practice, then that is the point at which they will help you grow as an anti-oppressive practitioner. I do not believe that there is any social work without anti-oppressive practice. And I'm going to end there by suggesting that, your social work, however you look at your version of social work, is totally incomplete without a deep and thorough understanding, respect for, and acknowledgement of the place of oppression and social injustice, but also how we might, in our roles, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy oppression across our wonderful and noble profession of social work. So there's I've offered some references, and I think my contact details, and I think I'm just about 3 minutes ahead of my hour. Thank you very much.
Good morning, madam.
Hi, morning, morning.
Really, we enjoyed your session. It's wonderful.
Thank
Uh,
you.
in India, at each and every moment, we saw a variety of oppressions. But as a social worker, we can't eliminate that. We can't stop that. Although we have uh, constitutional protections, safeguards, as well as a profession, then also because here lacks the professionality of recognition of social professionals as a social work professionals.
Mm.
And in India, as a social worker, society see as a just common man, and the neglect towards social worker. So I think what should we do at this situation?
Mm. Okay. So thank you for that question. So I guess the recognition of the profession and the place or the status of the profession is important. Um, and given that you occupy such an important space, it's global. I wonder whether it is important. Again, we all know that social work is also political, right? We know that um, we we are good at challenging some of the policies, the social policies that affect the clients that we work with. But not everyone is lucky enough to get a good outcome. So I suggest that, raising the profile, like you've rightly said, if the profile the profession is not that well established or not that well recognized, then there is a need, and I'm sure that's what many of the academics are working on, to get together to lobby, dare I use the word lobby, to lobby the powers that be to start looking at the models that exist elsewhere for you guys as practitioners. And again, not staying silent about the successes of some of your colleagues and your teams across the world, across the country. So if there has been a response to a disaster, COVID, is the obvious example. If there has been a social work response to COVID in your communities, in your countries, in your locations, it's absolutely crucial that you get this into the media somehow. You get somebody to talk about it. And that is why social media, and I mean, I'm going to say this very loosely, that's why social media can be helpful. That's one of the ways in which social media can be helpful, because we're not always recognized for the work we do. And yet, when there is a mistake, when there's an error, certainly from an English perspective or UK perspective, where a child or somebody has lost their lives, it's not blown out of proportion. It is proportionate because a child has died. But that's the only time people, or that's one of the only times people seem to hear about social work. And we want social work to be on people's lips all the time as people doing work every single day. Social workers in schools. Because of some social workers in schools, children manage to graduate. Children manage to finish primary school. Children manage not to get into trouble and get into the prison system. Children manage to get food in school and that overall well-being. So we are doing the work. I believe that there is a lot more work to be done about raising the profile through celebrating what we do much, much more. Inviting particular government ministers and department ministers to attend sessions like this, to come to your universities, to talk to the graduates, to go and see where the people work, etc., in order to move that on. So I think it's really, really important. And I think that the comments that are being made are similar to what we're having in the UAE at the moment, which is looking at licensing. Of course, we have a registration process in the UK, so we're kind of, certainly in England and Wales, so we're kind of okay with that. Um, for a profession, we know that it needs the codes of conduct, ethical codes. It needs a certain level of standards for people to work towards. It needs education, a minimum qualification, and ongoing education. And we also need people at the very top of that to keep coming back to look at what is missing. So I believe that your work will be evolving. But you can start lobbying for, if it's better, I don't know India, but I know it's quite big. If it's better for you to look at regional licensing to begin with, that might be easier as well, rather than a national approach. You may want to look at regional licensing approaches first before looking at the bigger picture, which may cause difficulties. And then across the board, you can do that as Social Work India or your social work organization. So I think that was a really useful comment. Thank you for that. There are a lot of issues around the recognition of our profession globally, and there's so much that's been done, and I'm happy to take this out of today and continue the conversation. Okay, so I'm just going to look at the comments on the chat, and I think I've probably, Teresa, are you there? I've probably gone over time now, but thank you for your wonderful comments. Somebody's talking about using frameworks for critical self-reflection. I mean, what can we say? Critical reflection is without it, I don't think we have social work. And I've seen a couple of people say critical race theory. Absolutely. I'm a fan of critical race theory. My PhD used critical race theory, but we need to recognize that, of certainly coming from England, that we had a period of time where one of our ministers of state, actually she was the equalities minister, didn't like critical race theory, and that was taken directly from some of the things that Donald Trump had said prior to that in the US. So yes, I'm a complete fan of critical race theory. So we need to ensure that we are continuously reflecting because of the changing nature of the world. A year ago, 3 years ago, we didn't have COVID. 2 years ago we didn't have, or a year ago even, we didn't have the invasion of Ukraine, the global pandemic. Now we have something else, monkeypox, this, that, and the other. And as social workers, we're trying to prepare people to respond to these crises. But we want people to be able to go out and work with everybody equitably, and not going, well, I'm going to work with A because they look like me, speak like me, and I'm going to kind of avoid B because I don't know who they look like. That is exactly what our profession is striving to disrupt. And I disrupt all the time. You can disrupt through writing, through poetry, through video clips, through your practice. We can disrupt in so many ways, and we need to ensure that we take our students along with us so that when they graduate, they are ready and equipped for practice. Okay, I think I've probably gone over time. I'm just waiting for somebody to, yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, so on that happy note, I'd like to say thank you all so much for joining and attending today. My contact details are there. Please feel free to follow me on Twitter. Contact me for an outside conversation if you would want as well. Thank you so much.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
am I audible?
yeah, yeah. You are. I can hear you.
At the outset, ma'am, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to you on behalf of PSG College of Arts and Science, PSG Care, the Department of Social Work, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to extend a sincere appreciation and gratitude to you, ma'am, for having accepted our invitation. We contacted you as strangers. You didn't even know us, but still we sent you a mail, and then we tried to contact you over the phone, and you were very friendly, ma'am, and thank you for the immediate support and the response that you have given to us, and you readily accepted even without knowing us. You didn't know about anything about the program, about the other speakers, but then the commitment with which you readily accepted, and you, besides being on a holiday, and being you started earlier, your time is we are ahead of you by 1.5 hours. You were ready to start early also. So that commitment, that humility, it has really surprised us, and we are inspired to be like you, and like social workers, like the resource persons that we have. All the resource persons have responded in the similar way. So you are like a role model to us as budding academicians. So we sincerely thank you, ma'am. And thank you for that wonderful session. There are a lot of messages in the chat box, if you can see. The people have commented that it's a wonderful presentation, and you've given us a clear view of anti-oppressive practices. I've already told you, being in the Indian context, the curriculum, we don't focus much on anti-oppressive practice. The reason I know, not because it might be thought of as creating troubles or creating problems, as Nivashni ma'am has she is given a comment in the chat box, like when you raise your voice, when you try to question the oppression and discrimination, we are labeled as
Yes.
troublemakers.
Yeah.
That might be a reason, but still, you have given us a very clear idea of the practice and the steps that we need to take. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr.
Okay.
Kavita.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
so much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time with us. It's indeed a great sessions with a lot of insights. We feel so honored. The thing is, from yesterday onwards, we were saying that with ma'am, we haven't had a trial session and all.
Yeah.
From yesterday morning till evening was little worried, but the thing is, it came out very, very well. We have to thank the
Yeah.
Almighty and all the
Yeah.
resource persons and the participants for their wonderful support and their cooperations. Ma'am, we
Okay.
are very
Thank
happy
you.
to associate with you, and we request you to associate with you in future too. So thank you
Okay.
so much for enlightening us
Thank you.
with
You're
your
all
great
very
expertise.
welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day and program. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, really thank you so much for your active participation. This makes us much more motivated to do much more sessions like this. Thank you each and every one of you. We'll just break for a session for about 10 to 15, 11, 10. We'll join for the 11:20. Kindly we'll move for a break, and then kindly join by 11:15 so that we can 11:15 so that we can start the session by 11.
Okay,
Okay,
kindly
kindly
join
join
the
the
session
session.
by 11.
Sorry. Kindly join the session by 11:20. We'll start the session. Thank you one and all for your kindest, fullest support and cooperation. Thank you one and all.
Good morning, Abu. Osama, how are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you? I'm good. I'm fine.
Nice to see you again, my friend.
Thank you.
It's been almost 2 months, right? Three months has gone after our
Yes.
refresher course at
Yes.
Pondicherry University.
How are you, sir?
I think Saina Saif also joined with us.
Yes, I guess, but I can't see her. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, Abu, it is audible.
Okay, fine. Just for testing, Yeah.
Right. So the organizers, Dr. Kavita and Trisha Madam,
Yeah.
they have gone for break. They'll be back few minutes.
Oh, that's good.
I think participants are waiting for your presentation.
It is like that only. They have joined for this only. I mean, so it is after all, it's a 5 day long, seminar.
Yes. So are you going to do a PowerPoint presentation or
Yes,
general
yes.
presentation?
It is a kind of general presentation, but for the ease of participants, I have prepared few slides only. 3, 4 slides are there, and I have sent it to the doctors Sugrita, Dr. Tressa, okay? So she'll be running through it.
Fine, fine. Yesterday I spoke to Dr. Nalini Madam.
Yeah.
And I told about your program with my department about.
That's so nice of you. Thank you.
Actually, I hope you're
Hello,
fine.
Saina ma'am, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good
How are you?
morning.
Hi, Mr. Sama. How are you?
I'm good, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
This
It is
so
something
I'm
like
getting
the second refresher course of
yes.
Pondicherry University.
So I am getting some confidence, So that's really good. So to see my colleagues, that's good.
Okay, the organizers has come. All the best, Abu.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Dr. Kavita, how are you? Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. We are so happy to welcome you.
Thank you. I share the same feeling,
Yeah. We can share the PPT from our side now, sir.
Yes, that will be fine because I don't know how to operate from. This
No
first
issues.
one
We are
is
there.
this WebEx.
Sure. We are there and then we'll make it from our side.
Hello, Dr. Tessa, how are you?
Teresa.
Teresa, yeah. So the correct pronunciation is
Morning.
Teresa. That's good.
We're
Good
sitting
morning,
close
madam.
to each other, so we have to adjust the volume, otherwise it starts echoing.
I think from my side there is no echo as well. There
No,
is
no, not from your side, sir.
yes, I'm audible. Yeah, clearly.
The
That's good.
switch on the speaker, both of us, then it starts echoing. Nice to
Good to
have
have
you
you
with
with
us,
us,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really happy, to see you and so many friends, colleagues. So, so I have so many known faces for me today. That's good. So what is the time, madam? 11:45 will start, okay? Or we can.
We can start, sir. No problem. Like the break was early today.
That's good. So
We've asked the participants
I
to
won't take
join.
much time, by 12:30, I guess I'll be, winding it up. So it's fine. So it will have it's a long time for break, Yeah.
We'll just wait till I get ready with the PPT.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Please carry on. Take your time.
Good morning, one and all. So, shall we start? Okay. So, good morning to one all present here. I've just welcomed you all, the participants and the resource person for the session. Mr. Abu Sama, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work from Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. Sir, on behalf of our management, PSGCAS, our secretary and principal, and our behalf of our department, so we cordially welcome you for the International Virtual FD Faculty Development Program. So indeedly, we have to say thanks for readily accepting our kind invitation and being with us in this day and for sharing your great expertise. So now I welcome Dr. Balamani, Assistant Professor from Department of Social Work, to welcome the guest of the day. Balamani?
Thank you. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Please
audible?
go ahead. Yes, yes, perfect.
Good morning to it's great privilege guest Mr. Osama as Professor of Social Work is social work profession in India. Currently, he is conceptualizing work on intellectual biographies of social work pioneers. He has participated, facilitated, and coordinated a number of regional and national cultural programs, workshops, seminars, and conferences. Occasionally, he has published media articles in English. Owing to as a student and as a teacher, he believes in emancipatory education to understand the developmental concerns of marginalized sections, bringing the life histories of people and creative writings such as literature into the social work domain from post-colonial perspective is his academic interest. On behalf of our department, I welcome our guest, Mr. Abu. We are grateful to him for accepting our invitation and becoming a guest of today's event. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. So now I can start.
Yes, sir. Please go
Thank you.
ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Roughly I have 1.5 hours, but I'll wind it up my session within half 1 hour. Thank you. So hello, dear friends and my colleagues. A very good morning and adab to all of you. Before I proceed, I must extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Presa and Dr. Kavita for providing this wonderful platform to present some of the initial thoughts and scattered views on the very notion of critical and radical grounds in our professional discipline. Here I should not forget Dr. Jailap, who recommended my name to the organizing committee. Along with this, my apologies for actually for not being participative in the program and previous sessions on account of some pre-scheduled assignments, and I really regret this. That's the reason I'm fearful uh, that I may not be reinventing the wheel again, Uh, but I hope I will be able to put throw some lights on the aspects which have not been highlighted by our mainstream social work academia. So friends, in this session, I shall try to briefly talk about three major components, focal points. Uh, the first is that how we have looked at our history, and particularly the history of social work and the way it has been documented. So first point is that the kind of historiography that we have done in the context of India, in our country, pertaining to social work. And secondly, the missing line or the gap or the concern and possible contestation um, uh, in the please stick to the first slide, madam. Just a kind of introduction, okay? So uh, the contestation in the documentation, in the major milestone writings till the turn of the new millennium, the 21st century, and thirdly, the possibility of theoretically and critically oriented discipline in our context. These are the three uh, mm, propositions or focal points on which I am going to briefly share some of the thoughts. So first slide that you can see, some lines are there. So the worldwide journey of the professional discipline, having a well-defined, when you say the professional discipline, we don't need to say much has been written and talked about. So it has a well-defined and documented body of knowledge as its core aspect. So body of knowledge is one important aspect of any professional discipline. So the professional discipline of social work from occupation to profession, I mean from the journey from occupation to profession, which is still in making, is really interesting. It's interesting to know, it's interesting to understand and interpret. At the very outset, the first question comes before us. Why one needs to revisit the history writing in a discipline or in a professional discipline like social work? That is important. Why should we, why should we do this revisiting or the reimagining? That's means history writing means the professional writing about the history of social work, means the mission, the philosophical basis of social work, the processes, methodology, theories, models, and mode of engagement with the issues, etc. And why to have a dialogue with the past? Can we have a dialogue? Should we have? That is one. So what should we do? Is it to have a preoccupied political agenda in response to an existing model which is already there of history or a particular discipline to justify the politics of the present, the politics of the contemporary time that we are living in? Or is it to locate the history within the history or a particular, and to critically engage the thematic events and processes to arrive at a workable model of discipline. These are the two basic binaries you can say, but go these binaries go hand in hand, simultaneously. First is that should we read history, should we create history for any political agenda to justify the politics of present? Because past is past. What happened happened. We cannot change it, now, but definitely we can reinterpret it in a more, deliberate way. In the way that we want, we can deliberate. Even facts can be interpreted according to our convenience, according to our location, our interest. Okay. But the second point, which is more important for students like us, that should, is it to locate the history within the history? Means that we cannot take the any particular event or juncture, take out of the context or the time and space and put it somewhere and saying that okay, fine, this happened so and so. Do we do this? Okay, or it is to thematically engage the processes and the kind of the the history that actually happened took place. That is very important question. And actually, I guess in either way, to our limited understanding, both both binaries, they try to reach certain mm, conclusions for the contemporary concerns of the episteme first and the field realities or challenges. So both these the foci is actually to arrive at certain conclusions, okay? But the mode, the processes or the means are different. Uh, One more, important, you can say the predicament or kind of this point is there. The staunch belief that the past is always benign and the cultural values or institutions are less questionable is something problematic. That I'll try to briefly glance some of the writings of scholars that took place in Indian uh, history writing of social work in our context. Okay, so it's benign. As a cultural values or institutions are less questionable is something that I said is a problematic, and it's really a kind of concern that we should all have. Or the past is not something linear or eventual, that it goes up up like this or it comes down like this. It's linear. Either way, linear. So we should understand from the point of view that the past is never linear, that evolutionary kind of thing. There are major contestations, there are milestones, there are ups and downs in the history. When I'm saying particularly the history, it means the history writing of social work or the history of social work in our context, in Indian context. If we see the history from this perspective, that it is linear or it is eventual, means it based on some events. For example, we say the history of social work in India starts from 1936. It is eventual in the context, in this sense. If we say, for example, like that, the 1915 in the United States of America, when Abraham Flexner made a wonderful speech that is social worker profession. He said no. He gave certain reasons. So if we go by this logic, if you go by this school of thought in history writing or historiography or social work, then if hypothetically, if I see, if we can say that we would believe that the famous, speech made by Abraham Flexner in 1915 changed the world on this subject of this subject ever. And the American social work regime or this so please stick to the first slide. I'm just speaking. Yes, fine, thank you. So all this American social work is transmogrified overnight, okay, because of this speech. The entire scenario of social work in the United States of America has been completely changed, transmogrified. It kind of morphosis, a metamorphosis, that one thing is converted into another form of thing. So if you go by that logic, it means then we can also say that in the month of June 1936, when um, this Dr. Clifford Manshard, who made his speech, this keynote speech, the inaugural speech at the inauguration of the Sir Dada Dorabji Tata Graduate School of Social Work in Bombay, would have done wonders in our country. Okay, so that is not a professional way to deal the history. This is my limited understanding after going through the professional um, format of the science of history writing. Okay, so history doesn't start from 1936 of social work in India. uh, One is really fascinated by the available literature on the emergence and shaping of social work in India before 1936. Any other parts of the world, you know. So before 1936, there is a kind, it is a lot of a plethora of literature available, which from where we can trace the basic lineage of social work, which is coming to the and shaping a final shape in 1936. Okay, so that is one point of view that I want to present before you. So and another point, so dealing with the history and historiography, that when we imagine our past or history, you know, we tend to go to the most possible extent backyard of our memory, you know, of human history or human memory. That is called the future memory, if I borrow a term from Habermas. So he says that we also create our history or our present in anticipation of our future society, that how we want to see ourselves in future. So accordingly we create our history, you know. So you can understand the point that I am trying to make, you know, which, and it also happens that future memory type of history, you know, also happened in dealing with the history of social work in India. That is my first point that I wanted to make, that how history writing has been done in social work. So can we please move on to the second slide, madam? Yeah, thank you. So, though the need to locate the discipline within those times, you know, and explore the missed lines, that what was happening in the larger context, that is more important. Many of the writings, I'm not making any claim uh, or contestation, kind of this. Controversial contestation, but the point is that the available literature, if you glance through, if you go through, if you flip the pages of many writings in many journals and encyclopedia or edited volumes and so on and so forth, we explore a kind of some missed lines. And I'll talk in brief after this slide, actually what happened in those times. So what was happening so that is my first concern. So many of the writings published in the Indian National Journal of Social Work, which is first of its own kind in Indian experience. It started in 1940 by Sir Dorabi Tata Graduate School of Social Work. Then and now it is Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai. Then it was Bombay. It started in 1940. So if you trace many of the writings since the beginning of 1940, we can have a basic understanding of the kind of writing and the kind of mind that is Indian mind was working alongside. Okay. And it is just to just for kind information, that it is since 1940 it is the uninterrupted journal which has been published by Tata Institute till now. It has not been discontinued for even a single volume. Okay. So it has been continuously. So it is a commendable in that sense. In 1940 we started. A professional journal to deal with the knowledge and the methodology and methods and processes and models of social work, how to go about it in Indian context. Okay, so one thing that if we go by these volumes first, and in this time in the decade of 1960, that is a very rich decade. about which many people have, many scholars like Murli Desai and Harlekar, many have, Devi Prasad have written about that the 1960, the decade of 1960, and from 1961 to 1970 by and large, it was a fertile, very fertile period for the profession of social work, especially for the social work education. Many things have come up, many documents, proceedings, and books, journals, encyclopedia have come up. For example, 1961, uh, the first uh, edited volume released or authored by A.R. Vaidya, that was, he was then the director of the Tata Institute, produced the history and philosophy of social work in India. It's a bulky volume. Many social work educators and practitioners have contributed in this, including A.R. Vaidya, Clifford Manshar, and many more. They have invited many people from other disciplines as well. For example, dealing with the history, particularly the history of social work in India, they have invited R.C. Majumdar, who was a professional historian. He was a historian by profession. He wrote a piece on the legacy of social work. He tried to trace the, but that those writings have a methodological problem that my contention is that I will come on this point later. So these are the 1960s, a decade which is a fertile decade, where you have the writing of, we have the writing of A.R. Vadia, we have the writing of M.S. Gore's book, Social Work and Social Work Education. In preceding years, we have T.K. Nair's book, which is edited volume. And we also have 1968 encyclopedia, state-sponsored encyclopedia. It is a, I mean, it has a 3 volumes in itself, you know. So these are the fertile period. And again, we also side by side, alongside, we also have some kind of, in a loose term, we can say some scraps or unseen or neglected writings as well. For example, we have the memoir of Dr. Clifford Menshard, who is being considered as the pioneer of social work, or you can say uh, as a father or the person of social work in India. He also wrote a memoir, which is its name is um, Social Pioneering on Social Frontiers in India. Okay, we also have the uh, one interesting memoir written by one of the leading scholars in the field of social work and sociology, that is M.S. Gore. He also wrote a memoir which is Memories That Linger. And we also, in recent times, from Rawat Publications, and there is one book has come up, which is the Journeys in Social Work. I mean, that is Journeys in Social Work Education in India, Some Emerging Reflections, in which 17 leading social work scholars and educators have contributed. And it's a kind of autobiographical sketches that they have provided in a certain given format. And also in 2019, we have a book, it's also kind of edited volume, invited practitioners and educators to write about their journeys. Again, it's a kind of reflective personal accounts, edited by Ratna Verma, late Professor Ratna Verma. She died in the pandemic. So that is the book's name is Manan. I mean, it's kind of reflection that you can understand. It's a Hindi word. So by going through these writings, these established research journals in IGSW, in encyclopedia, in the edited volumes in 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and the recent publications of, or from late to recent publications of memoirs and autobiographies. I mean, one important point, which is always uh, has a kind of historical anachronism. I mean, which is found there. That is our understanding about the writing, when they are writing about the history and they are writing the seeing the history. So that is an important point. For example, uh, famous scholar A.R. Bhatia or Gauri Rani Banerjee or mm, and many, even Clifford Manshard, they have written a lot, and they are seeing social work, they are tracing back social work in the most extent ancient period from Vedic to Gupta period, then missing the entire medieval period. So you can understand the ideology and the kind of society we are having. So from ancient to modern, missing the buffer line between and medieval time is not there. So there is no social work or social service tradition in medieval. Even people like Clifford Minshard and A.R. Wadia, they have missed this line. Okay, so that is another point which I'll come to later. That what is the kind of epistemology that we have missed throughout our journey in India. Okay, so my again my point is that the worldwide birth of social work, especially in India, is rooted in the very context of its own society. And if you can see, if you try to understand the poverty concern, which many have talked about, this, it starts from the industrial society and the problems that industrial society has produced in the West, especially in the United Kingdom, and then later on in United States. So this is one aspect that I want to point out. The this poverty, I mean, this claim is very much legitimate, more than the Americans and the English in the Indian context. But the kind of writing that we have produced, it is a very much descriptive and prescriptive and suggestive, uh, and the knowledge creation we have done, it's a byproduct of these kind of historical understanding that we had about the history of social work, or how we are going to see the profession of social work. First point. In the second point is that the aspect of coloniality and the modernity. These are the two aspects that we find missing in the entire writing, that hardly any scholar is talking about, that how they are going to, I mean, these with these two major notion, is entangled with at a great length in Indian context, the Indian response to the social law, that is also missing. So we find a very normative and prescriptive writing. So this is another point that I wanted to make in terms of the historiography and the knowledge production that we have done since last many years. So please come to the next slide. Yes, yes, thank you. So another form of a question. I'll directly come to the knowledge creation and knowledge production, which has been done in form of history that I'm trying to see, is a question that raised and it's a kind of that what I actually discussed or shared some views. It was a kind of extension to the writings of many scholars such as Mark Phil. He has written a wonderful and seminal article on the knowledge of social work, and his title reads like this: the some notes on form of knowledge in social work, and who is really suspicious of the kind of knowledge that has been created or that has been produced in social work on behalf of quote unquote others. That is the crux of the story. Okay, so another point which I'll come to the next slide, how we are talking, or how we are taking a kind of suo moto on behalf of others. Are we have we this authority or this ownership or authorship to talk about, or to interpret the life histories or the lives of others on their behalf? That's another question. So what I wanted to again tell you that why we should take all these things, because currently, I mean, you can see the debate, which is really, there's a kind of hue and cry around the Indianization and indigenization. So I mean, one can see the commentary part of the global definition of 2014, which has also been scrutinized in great detail in the countries like in African countries or even in India. Of late, people have started, I mean, the questioning the kind of the knowledge flow which is coming from the West. Should we take it as it is or adopt, okay, embrace with it without questioning or larger alteration or kind of modification? That's a question. But the where the indigenous point comes. So these days, in every seminar, in every talk, if you don't talk about indigenization, then you are out of fashion. So if it means that you are talking some old-fashioned thing. So now the new fashion, the new academic fashion is that you have to talk about something about indigenization. So the debate we have to also take into consideration in those lines. We have to talk about it. But the interesting point that we find out that the very word or the very concept of indigenous, if you go by this definition or the commentary part of the definition, it talks about the Aborigines. It doesn't talk about the Indian people or the societies where history writing or history or sorry, not history, the social work practices or the social work education is being given. Doesn't talk about that. It talks very exclusively about the Aborigines. So which are the Aborigines people. You can see, we can see the writings by the pioneer writings and the propagators or the promoters of indigenous uh, social work. Melgare and Coates and these people are there. So they also endorse this definition. They have written a lot on the engagement of professional social work with Aborigines. Okay, they have provided a kind of model. But in Indian context, it's really important to also to understand the debate. Why I'm saying this? Because it also has a continuum. Okay? It has a continuum from our public psyche, from where we are getting these notions of indigenous, the new debate of indigenous. But at the outset, I should also share that this is not a new debate at all. This indigenous debate is not new to India. It has been again a kind of domain of 1970s around the world. We can access the articles of International Social Work or Indian Journal of Social Work or the Social Work Forum. Again, it was a journal which was started, then it was shut down. But we can see the writings were happening, and the people were actually anxious and they were in anxiety to talk about the indigenous model, because I guess they were actually fed up with this model of this Western model, that dragging some model from somewhere and putting into the context, and putting into the Indian context, and starting doing the practice and teaching and curriculum, everything. Okay, so it has also a kind of old fashioned debate in Indian context. But my point is here too, that if you see there is a two school of thought basically for this in this indigenous debate. One school of thought which is talking about the presence of social work, and they're also equating a social service tradition or social reform or these philanthropic tradition, voluntarism with social work. That is a kind of methodological misnomer, but if you leave aside all these things, still they are tracing social work, that, as I told you earlier, that from the time memorial time, means that the written, from where we are getting the written history, say from Harappan civilization to Vedic and the late Vedic and the Gupta period and all. Okay, so one tradition of social workers, they are social work educators, the scholars, they are saying that yes, social work is not new to India, and it has been in India for time uh, memorial or immemorial. People, as I said, people, you can see the slide that people like A.R. Wadia, Hans Nag Paul, M.S. Gore, P.D. Kulkarni, or Gauriani Banerjee, they have written a lot, they have discussed. And one more name, actually, I missed to mention it, that is Mehersi Nanavati. He was a prolific writer. He has written wonderful articles on the professional quest of social work and the knowledge creation and the standards that we should have in India, so on and so forth. But these were the people who actually were talking about the social work that is present in India long ago than we are taking it up. And the second school of thought, which is coming into continuity is the school of thought which is talking about that the entire social work curriculum and the entire social work pedagogy, methodology, everything is been directly transplant and implant to the Indian context without this furthering further modification or alteration. These two school of thoughts are around us these days. That is what I said, that if we don't talk about it, Indianization or indigenization or indigenous methodology or indigenous writing or indigenous curriculum, so we are out of fashion. We have to talk about it. But part of the problem, as I said to you, that is a problem is that for the both the foci of the centrality of the inspiration is West. It's not Eastern one. So it is even the less we got to critique the very idea of Western social work, it has also been borrowed or taken from the Westerner itself. So that is especially the American standards. If you see the entire Tata Institute of Social Sciences, the departments and the centers, the specializations that were started, introduced in its early days, kind of inter exchange program, you can see that people, consultants from America and University of Chicago and other places, they are coming to India and they are giving the training and introducing the subject, and that's how it induced in the very base and the very foundation of the social work. That is one point. Another point, that is what it is related to the larger concern. Yes, yes, please. The third point. Yeah, that's next, please. Next slide. Yes, this is the question on which I wanted to focus more in this session with you all. Is that what has happened? That is my second focal point to discuss with you. Is that what has happened during this time, the entire journey of social work in India, uh, that we find that when we are excluding, I mean, including many communities, many concerns, and many things, you know. So, and we're talking about the marginalization, we're talking about the social problems, we're talking about, we means that, if I say we means the people, the scholars, the practitioners, educators who have produced an n number of and a very uh, important and precious knowledge repository for us. In this entire knowledge repository, something is missing. What is missing? The kind of certain epistemologies are missing. For example, one epistemology that I see, that if you see the writings and the epistemologies are missing, even the larger context is missing. This is really, it is really, I mean, wondering to see the journals like Indian Journal of Social Work. If you see the 1940, the volume 40, 41 till 1947, 48, we hardly find we hardly find any article which is talking about the national movement, which is talking about the communal rights, which is talking about the Hindu-Muslim issue, which is talking about the partition. Hardly there are 3 to 5 articles are there. One, J. Kumarappa, who has actually proposed a kind of India and Pakistan, uh, the map, and some of the Gandhian uh, scholars or practitioners, they talked about something on partition or Hindu-Muslim problems. Otherwise, the entire knowledge repository of that period, for at least say for 10 years, the larger context is missing. We don't, if we want to understand the history of or the kind of society we had at that time from 40 to 47, we have to refer some other books, not in the Journal of Social Work or these journals or the writings of social work pioneers. That is one important missing line, or the missed opportunity that we see today. Okay, second point, that the issue, and these were the times when the entire country and the please stick to this first this slide only. No, previous one. Yes, fine. it is a kind of eye wash, I guess, just to see, you can see it, but I am discussing something else. But definitely it is related to this only. So the point is that the understanding of many social institutions or problems is also really problematic. For example, caste is one of the peculiar institution of the Indian context, but we hardly find any article dealing with the caste system or caste based discrimination. Any article based on the marginalization of large one of the biggest minorities of this country, that is Muslims. We don't find any article. I mean, in the context I'm saying, the Indian Journal of Social Work, or the kind of writing that took place at that those times. So much so that if you refer to the Encyclopedia of Social Work, both of 1968 and 1987, roughly in and around there are 200 plus articles written by 200 plus individuals from all the corners of the country. Hardly we find there are only 3 to 5 Muslim representation is there. That is also kind of epistemological issue that I see it, that the Muslim epistemology, the caste epistemology, or the women epistemology, Dalit epistemology is missing from the writings. It is there. I'm not saying it's not there. It is there. But we are more focused on this very much clinical model to deliver some form of services. And we were largely in the form of this nation building project where we cannot question the existing practices which are inhuman in the name of culture or in the name of larger society or in the name of the nation building project. That is a kind of problem that we see it from this lens. Coming to the question of epistemology and the morality, that I said we are including many, but we are excluding certain. And who are those certain communities or the groups that I said? You can find the a great length of articles or special issues produced on tribal scheduled tribes. You can find even one of the journals, the foreword is written by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, then Prime Minister of India. This is talking about the tribal community. But you are not finding, we don't find any kind of contestation, discussion, deliberation, or deep discussions on the caste issue or the gender issue, but the caste issue. And you can see the larger context, the entire Ambedkarite movement, the entire Indian struggle is there. Though you see a parallel struggle is going on, led by people like B.R. Ambedkar, but we don't find any kind of reflection, the larger Indian societal reflection. That is part of the problem. That is what I'm saying. The historiography or the history or the kind of knowledge that we produced is really fine, is wonderful. But some of the writings should have been or could have been done on these issues as well. So, second point, the question of epistemology. So, who that I took some of the inspiration, the very recent writing that has been done by scholars like Gopal Guru, who is a political scientist and is a Dalit scholar. He's a known Dalit scholars. He has come up, he has started a kind of discussion, an academic discussion in the field of academia, is that who can theorize the experience of others? Just put it in our context, in our social work context, what we do throughout our professional journey or academic journey, what we do, we actually try to theorize and make it practicable to on behalf of others. So some experience is there out of us, from us, standalone experience, and we are going and creating a kind of knowledge about it. So do we really have that kind of authority? This is the pertinent question, not only raised by the people like Gopal Guru. It is raised by, as I mentioned, raised by Fred Powell and Bridge Mohan in a context, and many other scholars. They have actually talked about this. Leave aside the lens that we sometimes apply to the practice and the social work and the communities that with whom we are engaged. leave aside those kind of lenses that we, many of times, the wonderful writings are being done by Indian scholars who are actually uh, taking inspiration and applying the propositions and lens given by the scholars like Gramsci and Foucault or Galtung or Freire and many others, Marx and many others. Leave aside this. That is another point for discussion, another wonderful addition to the episteme of social work. But the point that I want to try to make here is that so that the who will represent, as Marx said very rightly, that those who cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. But the people like Gopal Guru, they are asking, if I am not able to represent myself, what is the issue? I mean, what is the reason behind it? What is the systemic and structural, inherently designed reason behind this? I'm not able to represent myself, I'm not able to represent, express my experience, I am not able to theorize my experiences, for which he has given a term, as a wonderful term, that is a theoretical Brahman and the empirical Shudras. That the Shudras have experience, the caste atrocities are there, so they have the experience, but who will theorize their experience, who will talk about their experience? These are the Brahmins. Brahmins, not in that sense, means the academicians, the people who are learned, who have the exposure to the knowledge and the knowledge creation. So the entire episteme of social work is under question. And this question is not raised by some scholars in India. It has been in detailed discussion. It has been under the discussion in the Western social work academia. But it is new to the social work. But my point is that who has the authority? So are we the question of diversity and the question of morality is always there. Gopal Guru is saying that you being an exposed person to the academic institutions, you know everything, you can create an episteme of any subject, of anything. But it is morally incorrect, it is morally inappropriate, it is morally not correct to theorize those experiences. Let the other party to do this. You are not the uh, boy of or the girl of Dalits or Muslims or tribals or women or transgender. So why is there a mainstream society which always try to represent the cause of others on the behalf of other? The behalf of other is very much important. So what I am trying to say, that we have problems at 2 points. One is that from the episteme of social work in Indian context particularly, we have missed many communities, whether deliberately or it was not in the discussion. That is another question, that is another quest for research, but that has been there. One thing. And the second thing, that we are producing a bulk of literature, a bulk of knowledge on behalf of others, about which people like Gopal Guru, Sundar Sarukai, and many people are arguing that yes, you cannot do this simply. And that is the question Mark Philp has raised, and he said that you cannot have an objective formula for a subjective experience. That is a kind of dichotomy, and that you should have. So in general, I mean, in conclusion, that what I wanted to say, or people like this, they say that you should reflect on your own privileges and on your own discipline. So my point is that it is a second stage question, is that the challenges to social work profession, outside challenges. First is that within the profession, what are the major challenges? That is something very important to understand and to discuss, and to have a kind of deliberation on this. It is there, but it is in fringe, it is in minority. Please, next slide. And so to the third, I mean, coming to the third point, which is the kind of the limitation for being a very articulate or reflective or quote unquote radical social work pedagogy in the curriculum of uh, social work in India. In this context, at the idea, at the level of idea, it is wonderful. But is it exportable? Is it transferable? Can we do this before propose any model curriculum that I said that we need to understand and we need to acknowledge that and we need to also celebrate the failures that we have done in the past. Then only we'll be able to do some kind of reflections to some kind of other critical aspects that we can take on, So the greatest limitations, 2 3 points you can see that it is there. The first limitation, the first hindrance, uh, particularly in these times when we are becoming more and more hostile in terms of nation state, is that as an educator, because most of the knowledge production, most of the theorization, most of the curriculum is taking place in a kind of modern state sponsored educational system through which we are actually transferring and transmissing our curriculum. That is one greatest limitation, that there is a state gaze in terms, I mean, if you see, if you use the lens of Foucault, it's a Foucauldian uh, phrase, expression, that through various technologies or technicalities and other means through the education system, it has possibility, it has a great possibility to put a kind of curtail to the freedom of your thought. That is one point. That is about which Professor Bhatt in inaugural, I had time to listen his talk only, said that we are not able to kind of talk about the issues which are pertaining to the rights and the rights of citizens. For example, RT and PI that you talked about. So that one point is that our role is really limited. It's very limited. Until unless we are not able to articulate this limited role, that the claim of being a profession or being the messiah of humanity, humankind, is kind of an aberration, is kind of a political aberration, nothing more than that. Because at the very structural, basic level, we need to understand that we are actually having a system, an education system, which is by and large, under a kind of panoptical gaze, that yes, even you cannot think uh, things which are against the very aspiration or sentiment of the state or the larger majority. That is one point. And second point, that is, I mentioned that even the mode of thinking, and the larger academia is being kind of radicalized many disciplines. Even so, to the case with the social work, many of the writings in Western context is taking place, but they are also have a very much limited role. That's the question. I mean, the point is that can an education system, can a social work curriculum change the thinking or the pattern or the cultural practice or the economics or the structure of a society? Is it not possible? Is it not possible at all? Because we have a very tiny role. And that is why we are seeing so many scholars coming up by saying that this is the kind of end of social work from a postmodern approach, if not from the post-colonial approach. They are saying from a postmodern approach that social work has failed its people, is failing in its mission. It's not because that we are not trying hard. You can try hard, but the things outside your realm is actually out of your hand. That is the structural issue that we need to engage. Until unless we are not be able to do, I mean, or that is the question mark, that is what I'm saying here, the epistemic shift. And it's a questionable, is it a kind of an epistemic shift? So it is a kind of troubling thing to all of us to think about, that are we have the role of taking all the charges and the being the representative of the state without challenging the practices which are challenging the policies which are inhuman, the laws which are unconstitutional, if we are then we are actually, if we don't challenge, if we don't take them up, we are actually then feeble and meager at our pedagogical level. So that is why we see that and we also say that is a kind of distance possibility. We wish that it should have been done or it should be there, but the situation, but the problems, but the reality is something else. That is kind of a great blow. It's a blow here, so that to acknowledge it. So first point is that whether we acknowledge our failures or not, that is really important. Please, second, next slide. Madam, please, next slide. Yeah. Why am we say this? Because see the entire landscape of social work. They are by and large urban located. We all belong to some distant remote villages of some of these states, and we come to here, and because of the opportunities and the entire knowledge is being created for them, but created here. It's urban, very much urban centric, middle class uh, led people. That is, and it cannot, and because it is, we are under a kind of larger educational system, larger modern educational system. We cannot stay away, we cannot do away, we cannot do away with it. That is our reality that we need to understand. For example, if you talk about so much about the rights of indigenous people, about the rights of minority, about women and all, but when you step out of the institution or the department or the place, it is something else. The reality is completely juxtaposed. That is one point. I mean, these are the limitations or the hindrances or the hampered these barriers in achieving the lofty and the wonderful ideas of justice and human rights and radical social work and the critical aspects of social work, blah blah. Or not blah, then so on and so forth. So the reality is something else. Okay. And the second point is that policy lobbying. Many of the scholars, many of even NGO people are writing about it. That the policy lobbying has become a kind of eyewash these days. Whose reality, by whom, who is the custodian? These are the important questions. So it is a kind of intellectual pursuit or intellectual endeavor. Till that, it is fine. And that is what one of my friends also always say, that it's a kind of comfort academic activism. We can do the comfort academic activism, but we cannot participate in a kind of in a protest or in any protest, mass protest or movement, because our salaries will be stopped, or we can be suspended or terminated. So lip services are really fine, but when it comes to excuse and kind of and to implementation, I'm not. So the problem is not that I don't want to do this. In case if I want to do this, the larger reality, the larger system doesn't allow me to do this. That is important thing to understand. So our role is very much limited. That is what I am here at to propose. Last, please, the last slide. That is another last point to ponder upon, that I took this phrase, this expression from Habermas, who says the distribution of guilt is important. I mean, the wrongdoings done by whites against the black, or the Nazi Germany to the Jews, or we apply to this to our context. You can see they have that authority to just not to authority of just about which Gopal Guru is saying that is wrong. The epistemological authority is because you have to distribute your guilt that you have been part of. So in nutshell, in the last, please, I'll I'll brief it, conclude it in this way, that one important point that I wanted to mention or share is that the way we have written or documented, the way we see our history and the past uh, happenings and events and the processes, it's a kind of research problem, and it's a problematic one. And second, the way we have documented it, that is also a kind of concern. And third, in this process, in the process of engaging the structure and people, many communities and many uh, groups have been left out, whether deliberately or under a kind of certain ideological underpinnings. That is another issue, but it has been there. Even today, uh, today you can say none of the writings have been done on the esteem of Muslims. That is what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that I'm a Muslim. That is, I am saying this because if we go by the logic or the proposition proposed by the formulation or the conceptualization done by Gopal Guru, it is also my responsibility that if I experience something, then I have the right to theorize it. So nothing is, not much is being done. It's being done. It has been done, but not much. The expectations is still, awaited. Okay, this is also in the case of Dalits. Is also in the case of women and other marginalized groups. And last point, which I wanted to also try to share with you, that we don't. I mean, we are left with less options. The problems and the situations and the reality is not in our hand. We have very limited role, about which, many scholars have really ridiculed. Even social work scholars have ridiculed ourselves. They are saying that we are the rag pickers, and phrases like this. They are saying that we are not able to do it for the intellectual pursuit, for the academic purpose, for the degree distribution. This is fine till then, but we should not make the big claims that yes, we are the messiah of society, we are the change agents, we can change. We cannot, because of the certain and the structure. There, if we talk in the target person or Parsonian way, that is a structure is there. We are there in change, so we don't have much options to make big claims. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much. I took exactly 1 hour as I promised to you, Dr. Teresa. Thank you. Please close this slide mode. So if time permits, we can have some discussions, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Abu Osama, sir. So, participants? Yes. Participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourselves and then you can ask, or else you can drop your questions in the chat box.
I can see some of the question, and if I can collab it to one. Is it possible to lead research into indigenization in India and simultaneously? It's a big, it's a great, avenue. You can be published in international social work. Don't worry, that is there. That is what I said. It is under the academic fashion these days. If you don't talk about the indigenization or this indigenous methodology, you're out of fashion. But that is what I said. The necessary care that we want to take, the differentiation that we should make from point of view, from a methodological point of view, is very important. Can we overrule, can we supersede the Western model, and we can come up with the Indian model or the indigenous model? That is again a big claim, very big claim. People who are claiming this, they are only telling, equating the entire social reform and the entire history. What I said that the first point was on this only, in that way, in the light of the discussions, the larger debates that are taking place here, that okay, we can have, or we already had indigenous social work. We don't need any others framework or others theories or others experiences. We are enough. We have enough resources and other things. I mean, that is also kind of research area that we can have. And the second question is that the point which villages do come from, and why, how have we inducted the voices of all people. That is what I said. That is a kind of, that is what I'm saying. That is not kind of claim that I am making, or kind of judgment I am passing through. It is a reflective one, just a kind of reflection that I'm doing. Is it possible, if you see from the other side of the story, okay, so we should, I mean, take so we, and there are things that we can explore. Can we explore the our narrow ancestry to in a into a broader ancestry? That is also kind of point. So I think two three questions were there. By and large, I was not able to respond to them. Still, I'm in the phase of
Can I ask
positivity.
one question, please, if you allow me?
Yes,
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 my
sir,
colleague.
please.
Yes, my colleague. But it is not. I say it's not a set one. It's not a settled question. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Osama, for this informative and very analytical kind of discussion you are making. My concern is that nowadays in the world and even in India, the democracy or the democratic principle seems shrinking or shrinking. In that sense, the archives are also dying, and the new archives are being created. So, how you see this situation if we narrate the history or historiography of social work in India? So, can
Yes.
you light on this?
Thank you. Uh, After I guess I explained a little bit on this. I took a phrase from Ramlet Harper, who is a historian, well-known yet controversial historian. Uh, it is her formulation that the kind of history writing is being made, these days. Not even these. It's a kind of official agenda that we are following. It's not about one particular government. It's about the design, about the establishment of a state. It is the requirement of a state that they have to, or it has to do a kind of create a kind of memory. Sometimes past memory, sometimes future memory. For your future memory, you have to create a history. You can create a kind of official narrative that will supersede, that will overpass the already existing history or history writing or the documents, records, archives. That is very important to understand. But it is not that it is the onus that we put on one government or one establishment or one state. It is the design of nation states as well. As political scientists or people who come from political philosophy, they also say this. Okay, it is a kind of requirement that they have to do this. Sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly. It is the very design of the states that it has to do a kind of certain official exercises through which they exclude some communities, they include some newer communities. But that is really important that we need to understand. That is why we should keep an eye on the history writing and the kind of uh, issues that we are engaging with. If we are really careful in reflecting on these things, that is what people like Pierre Bourdieu is saying. That is saying the entire sociological writings is most of the writings are failed just because the sociologist has not put him or herself into the context in the situation, something in the binary of scientific or positivist way. You are unbiased and your writing is, he says no, it's not possible, you cannot do this, you have to be reflective. That is why he has come up with a new kind of discipline, sub-discipline, which is reflective sociology or reflexive sociology is talking about. Until unless we are not talking all these concerns, not taking in these concerns, we are not going to move ahead in terms of the critical engagement and critical pedagogy.
Thank you.
That's a pertinent question. We can have a discussion later on. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Any other question? Any other comment or reflection or anything? I will be happy to respond. Madam Tressa, can you please moderate for me? I can't see any face. That's why I'm also clueless throughout. I was clueless throughout I was the only person who was looking at myself. It was a kind of selfie that I was having.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, thank you so much for the very informative session. It was very lively. We took us from the morning. We had today, there are many resource persons also were attending your session, and really they have also passed very critical reflections and very good comments on it. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation, Dr. Abu Sama sir. And we have to thank in person because since today, from the day onwards, it had took a very big day wherein the entire session was completely critical and it is going on. It is something quite interesting today. So we wholeheartedly thank you for providing your expertise and sharing and making it in a clear presentation. All the participants were very much active. So we, on behalf of our PSG College of Arts and Science and on behalf of our PSG Care and on behalf of our department, we wholeheartedly thank you for sparing your valuable time and sharing your expertise on this area. Thank you, one and all. So I request all the participants to break for the lunch and then we'll kindly join by 2:20 because yeah, we have received one as okay. So because since next session is by our professor, a very known major stalwart in social work, Professor Michael Lavlet. So since he is from UK, we are just having a time of a difference of 10 minutes. He'll be joining exactly by 2:30. So I request all the participants to join by 2:20 so that we'll have a very wonderful session. We are just eagerly waiting for that session also. So once again, thank you all the participants and especially the resource person of this session. Thank you so much, sir, for associating with us.
So with the last note or disclaimer, I mean, I should share with you since you have given me so too much of confidence, so much of confidence that I was little busy, since past 2 3 days, so I could not prepare it well. If it went like this, so it was because of this engagement that continuously I was having. So pardon me for that, but I tried to bring some of the concerns that was, I mean, for me, it's important for me as a student or as a researcher these days. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
No, you have made a good justice to the topic. It was very interesting and it was very lively too. So we have to give the humble thanks to you. Thank you so much, sir. Participants were asking your contact details so that we can share it, so that they can contact you.
Uh, what should I say? Fine, yeah, you can share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wishing to see you in future endeavors. Thank you, all the participants. We can move for a break for the lunch now and then kindly join by 2:20 and then we'll start the session at the earliest. Thank you, one and all.
பாப்பா தூங்குறாங்களா? சரி தூங்கு, நான் அப்புறமா கூப்பிடுறேன். சரி. சார் வரலேட்டுக்கு லைவ் வந்துருச்சு எனக்கு. ம், 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 ம்.
நாள் எது வேணாலும் நம்ம செய்யலாம். நிறைய பேர் தொடர்ந்து ஆடி மாத பதிவுல கேட்டுக்கிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, அம்மா வீடு கட்ட வேலையை தொடங்கலாமா, வாசற்கால் வைக்கலாமா, நாங்க இந்த பூமி பூஜை செய்யலாமா, அதுக்கப்புறமா இந்த புது துணி வாங்கலாமா, பைக் வாங்கலாமா, கார் வாங்கலாமா, என்ன நாங்க ஒரு வியாபாரம் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறோம், கடை திறக்கலாமா, இல்ல அதுக்கு முதல் போட்டு அன்னைக்கு அந்த வியாபாரத்தை பிள்ளையார் சொல்லி போடலாமா, நாங்க வந்து ஒரு வீடு கட்ட போறோம் அதுக்கான வேலை நடத்தலாமா, நிறைய கேள்வி கேட்டிருக்கீங்க. தாராளமா செய்யலாம். என்ன வேணாலும் இந்த நாட்டத்தை ஆண் மற்றும் எதுவுமே பார்க்க வேண்டாம். நீங்க வெள்ளிக்கிழமையா செவ்வாய்க்கிழமையா இந்த ஆடி அப்படின்னா அதை பத்தி நான் கடந்த அனைவருக்கும் அன்பான வணக்கம்.
இன்னும் ஸ்டார்ட்டே ஆக மாட்டேங்குது. ஸ்டார்ட்டே ஆகாம இருக்கு. முடிஞ்சிருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறப்பா. முடிஞ்சிருக்க வாய்ப்பே இல்லையே. அது எப்படி முடிஞ்சிருக்கு வாய்ப்பு? சார் அன்னைக்கு கூட போட்டிருந்தாரு. அது என்ன வேலுமுருகன் சார் அவங்க தான் போட்டிருப்பாங்க. 1 மணிக்கு முடிஞ்சிருக்கு. One, two, one, for the school of third section 11:30 to 11:45 break 11:45 to 1 p.m. ம் அவ்வளோதான் 2:30 to 4 ஒன்று இருக்கு 3rd August.
என்னத்துக்குங்க? சரி 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 சரிங்க 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 ஓகே சரி 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 ஓகே சரிங்க சார் சரிங்க ஆ ஆ
ஒரு கொஸ்டின் நேற்று வந்து ஒரு யாரு நைட்லாம் பத்தரை கற்றுக்க ஜீவதேவே அப்டேட் ஓடிது
அது எல்லாருமே எல்லாருமே கேட்பாங்க எல்லாரும்
நான் நல்லா சாப்பிட்டுட்டாங்க நல்லா இருந்தாலும் இங்கே இருந்தாலும் பொங்கல்
சாப்பாடு வேண்டாமா
மேலே ஏழாவதே அங்கே போய் சாப்பிட்டு இங்கே கீழே வந்து மூணு சாப்பிட்டேன்
அவருக்குதான் தங்கம்னா அவருக்கு என்ன பண்றது சொன்னா பண்றாரு அப்படின்னு அது இதுலயே தான் வச்சு கேட்பாரு ஸ்கூலா இருந்தா அவங்க இந்த மிக்சி எடுத்து வச்சு அவன் நில்லுங்க வரதராஜ் வர சொல்லலாம் கூப்பிடுங்க அடிச்சா விடுறது அது
So good afternoon, sir.
Sir, good afternoon.
You need to unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
So can we wait for a few minutes, sir? We have given them lunch break till 2:30, which is 10 a.m.
Yep. You tell me when to
Would you
start.
like
I'll
to
get
share
them.
your presentation, or shall we run it for you, sir?
I can share it, I think. Let me just check.
Yes.
Let me see what I can do here. Hmm.
It's visible. Yes, so when you start your presentation, you can raise slideshow. Good, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so you can all see that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you tell me whenever you want to start and I'll start.
Sure,
Yes, sir. Sir, we are so happy to see you. Sir, we are so happy to see your title slide. It makes us so happy. Thank you so much.
Well, see what it's like at the end. You might hate what I'm going to say. Hopefully not.
Thank you.
I'm just going to change one thing.
Most respected guest for the afternoon session, Professor Dr. Michael Lavlet, and dear participants, a very good afternoon to one and all. So for the afternoon, we have a session on critical and radical social work in the neoliberal world. So before commencing our session, I would like to invite Dr. Kavita, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, to introduce the guest for the afternoon session and invite her for the program. Over to you, Kavita.
Good afternoon to one all present here. We feel so honored to have with us Professor Michael Lavlet, the Dean, the School of Social Sciences, from Department of Social Work from Liverpool Hope University. Sir, today it is an historic event in the Department of Social Work of our college. We are fortunate and very much honored to have our eminent Professor Michael Lavlet is with us today here. So, on behalf of our management, PSG College of Arts and Science, and PSG Care, we feel very much thankful to him. As when we requested him, he was very much humble and kind enough and accepted our request and readily agreed for today's session. It is such a great milestone in our career too to have him in this virtual platform. A short note about Professor Michael Lavlet. He graduated from the University of Glasgow in 1984 with a first class degree in sociology. Then he completed his postgraduate diploma in guidance and counseling at Paisley College of Technology, which is currently known as University of the West of Scotland. In 1992, he obtained PhD for his work on child labor. Between 1985 and 1987, he worked for Grampian Regional Council from 1987 and 1990. He was a research student at Paisley University. Then he worked at Aberdeen University, University of Central Lancashire, and Liverpool University. So he is the national coordinator of the Social Work Action Network, which is very familiar, and one of which he is the founder member. So as a social worker, we are very much available of this SWAN Social Work Action Network. And in the last few years, he is a keynote speaker at various international social work events, including Canadian, Russian, Greek, and Spanish Social Work Association conferences, and Santa Cruz State Social Conference, which happened in Brazil, and European Masters in Social Work program. His research interests cover 5 main domains. His themes are international social work, the radical tradition within the social work, Palestinian young people's perspective on their lives under occupation, governance, accountability, and democracy within the welfare agencies, and studies in collective action and history of social welfare in Britain. He is the co-editor and editor-in-chief in Critical and Radical Social Work, and author of the book of the series Critical Debates in Social Work, published by Policy Press. And his recent book publications include Race, Racism and Social Work, Adult Social Care, Capitalism and Sport, Politics, Protest, People and Play, Voices from the West Bank, and Radical Social Work Today. Sir, we feel so much honored, and it is a proud privilege for us. Everyone is waiting, eagerly waiting for your session. The floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invite. Let me see if I can just get my PowerPoint slides back, and let me share that with everybody. And slideshow from the beginning. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the organisers for the invitation. And I suppose it's one of the positive things that has come out of the terrible COVID catastrophe, that when we get invites to international conferences, we can now deliver them online, and it means that we don't have to travel all around the world to do these things. It makes it cheaper, it makes it much better for the environment, and it makes it much easier for us to participate on all these events. So thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I just thought I would just introduce myself a little bit for people just so that you know where I'm coming from and who I am. So, first of all, I'm based in England, in Liverpool, but as you may have guessed from my accent, I'm not English, I'm Scottish. So my accent may be a little difficult for some people, or I may speak a little fast. So if you don't understand, please do interrupt. Please ask me to slow down, or please ask for any clarification. Secondly, I'm currently the Head of Social Work and Dean of Social Sciences at Liverpool Hope University. I've been there for 13 years. For the 12 years prior to that, I was at Liverpool University. There's 3 universities in the city itself. It seems a long time ago, but yes, I graduated in 1984. That makes me seem or feel quite old. I'm the author of 30 books on a variety of topics, so social work, social policy, social movements, Marxism and social welfare, a few books on Palestine, and as we got in the introduction, even a book on capitalism and sport. I'm a founder member of the Social Work Action Network in the UK, and also a founder member of Social Work Action Network International, which was the international body that we set up just 2 years ago now, which pulled together radical social work organisations and networks from across the globe. I'm a founding editor and now editor-in-chief of the journal Critical and Radical Social Work, and that journal is currently in its 10th year and has grown exponentially over that period. Today I'm going to talk about radical social work, but I'm committed to radical approaches within the academy, so to radical ideas about how we can make the world a better place, but also committed to radical politics in the outside or perhaps in the real world. I was an elected councillor in Preston City for 10 years, representing what might be called a party of the anti-capitalist left. I was chair of Preston Stop the War Coalition. I've been an active member of the People's Assembly Against Austerity and the Stand Up to Racism, and I've been a long-standing supporter of rights for Palestinians and was recently given honorary membership of the Palestinian Writers' Union. So for me, radicalism is not just about a set of ideas or abstract debates that take place in the academy. Radical ideas are about understanding the world to inform practice, to help us to try and change the world, to make it a better place for all of us and all of our children and grandchildren to live, or at least that's what I think it should be about. So what I'm going to do over the next 40 to 50 minutes, or we'll see how long I take, is to cover 4 things. So the first one I want to think about is the position of radical social work within the social work profession. And I want to explore that. I'm going to introduce 3 models, if you like, of social work practice, but I want to emphasise that social work is a contested profession. And I've said here that there are contested souls of social work. There are different perspectives on what social work is, can be, and should be, and that those are based on different politics with a small p of the world and of social work. So I want to look at that first of all. And then I want to look again at how that in part has impacted on what social workers have done. And I want to look at that in terms of what I'm going to call the 3 C's in social work's history. And I'm going to call those collusion or active collusion, compliance or passive compliance, or contestation. So collusion, compliance, and contestation as 3 overarching approaches that social workers have taken and continue to take in the world of practice. Now, both of those then are part of an argument which we continue to take place at global levels over what is social work. And there are pressures on social work to say that social work is a uniform and a unified profession. And sometimes it makes sense for us to make those claims, but we shouldn't overstretch that. To claim that social work is unified, has a uniform approach, that all social workers are equally committed to the same sets of values and value base, is to mislead and misunderstand what social work is about. Social work, like all professions and like all areas of work and all areas of social life, is deeply divided by politics and by the politics of social workers, social work academics, social work practitioners, social workers who work alongside states, social workers who oppose what states do. So those divisions are natural. We shouldn't be ashamed of them, but we need to explore them more in terms of what social work does. Third thing I want to do then is to look at the contemporary crisis. And I'm going to do that by looking at what I will term the four horsemen of the apocalypse. In other words, these are the four existential threats, not just to social work, but to human life as we know it on the planet. And these are, sources of contemporary crisis, which as social work, we need to take an orientation towards. We need to be involved in understanding, but also involved in the movements and campaigns to try and address these potentially catastrophic problems and crises that this world now faces. So that's the cheery bit of the talk. And then we go into the last part. The last part is what is to be done, when I'm just going to look at a number of ideas of how we can rejuvenate social work and radical social work, and how we can be part of the movements for a better and more sustainable world. So those are the four things that I would like to do. And I want to start off with this notion of the contested souls of social work. Let me start off by apologising that there's a lot of writing on my slides, but I wasn't sure if English was everybody's first or second or third language. So I'll try, I'm not going to read the slides out, but I thought they might help people if your reading of English is better than understanding my Scottish English. So the contested souls of social work. So as I said a minute ago, for as long as we've had social work, there have been debates about what social work is. If I can give a couple of examples. First of all, from the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, we might think that social work is exactly the same across the four jurisdictions of the United Kingdom: Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. But in a whole number of issues, actually social work is a little bit different in each of those four jurisdictions. So for example, in England, to qualify as a social worker with a bachelor's degree, it's a three-year social work course. In Scotland, it's 4 years. In Scotland, as part of the social work training, you could end up being a probation worker working with young offenders. In England,
even if you have done it online, they will not give.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. I have muted.
Okay. Sorry, I thought somebody was telling me I was speaking too fast. So the length of time of training in Scotland and England is different. Doing probation in England the training program is different. It's a probation training course, which is different from a social work training course. But in Scotland, probation is part and parcel of what social workers do. There is differences with regard to the welfare legislation in Scotland and England. There is differences with regard to social care practice in England and in Scotland. So even within the United Kingdom, there are significant differences over what social work is. If I realise I might be getting this hopelessly wrong, but from my understanding, in India, when people come on to do a BA social work course, many will train to do work with children and young people. That would be the same as in England and in Scotland. Many people will do work in communities, This is something that used to happen in England and Scotland, but very little of that work take place as social work professionals and social work training in Britain today. But I also understand that many people will take social work BA programs and then end up working in personnel departments in multinational corporations or other large businesses. I don't think I've ever come across anybody in England or Scotland who would take that as a career trajectory. So we may think that we know what social work is, but from the very beginning there has been debates about what social work is, what is the purpose of training, what it's there to do. For some, so Malcolm Payne in his history of social work, he says that social work has been around for hundreds of years. It is primarily about helping people and supporting people, and its roots are in various religious philosophies and religious organisations, taking us back to the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries. Rebecca Solnit, in a really excellent book called A Paradise Built in Hell, looks at a number of trauma and crisis situations. And she says that in those situations, what we see is men and women reverting to type. And her argument is that in pre-capitalist societies or in pre-class societies, it was natural and common responses to support others, to help others, not to leave people in desperate times if you had plenty and you and your society or your networks had enough to go round. And so Solnit and Payne argue that social work has a very, very long history, and it's about helping and supporting people when we can see those roots going back centuries. Now, I think there's interesting insights in what both Payne and Solnit argue. And there's certainly elements that we can look at in terms of 100, 200, 300, 400 year histories of some of the things that social workers do and how different societies support individuals and families in times of need and crisis. But for me, social work, as we understand it today, is that is as a regulated profession, tasked with managing the poor. Social work was a profession that grew up with industrialization and with industrial capitalism. It is a baby of industrial capitalism in that sense. And given that it was, a social work that is recognisable today grew up with industrial capitalism, it's then no surprise that it reflects the conflicts and the contradictions of unequal and class-divided societies. So social work can offer support and help to the needy in times of difficulty, but equally, it is tasked with managing the poor in the interest of the state and the powerful in societies. And social workers and social work agencies are involved in doing both. So we might get out of this by quoting the global definition and its commitment to the principles of social justice and human rights, collective responsibility and respect for diversities. And this is something that we would all hold to. But the definition also notes that we promote social change. Okay, but is that societal level social change, or is that change at the level of individuals? The global definition also says that we are a practice-based profession. That's true, but what kind of practice? How is it regulated? In whose interests does it operate? And the definition also says that it promotes social cohesion. But again, what do we mean by social cohesion? And social cohesion in the interests of who? So I'm not picking a fight with the global definition, but I'm just trying to point out that social work always has been and continues to be a contested profession in the sense that there are different views of what social work is, can be, has been, and should be. And thinking about this, I think it's useful to think about 3 types of social work. These are, if you like, Weberian ideal types. So they might not exactly match any particular type of practice, but I think we can see we can see different forms of practice coagulating around these models. And these models for me would be conservative social work, reform-orientated social work, and radical social work. So these are broadly political approaches to the social work task. They are the perspectives that practitioners and academics hold and that shape their activities and their orientations on the world. Of course, around the edges there may be some overlap, but as broad Weberian ideal types, I think these 3 capture the different motivations of people involved in social work. But let me also say, but these models are not fixed, and that the ideas that people have can and do change. And to take from Gramsci, radicals within social work have to fight to gain hegemony within the profession, to argue that our ideas and our related actions are necessary to improve the lives of people and should become, if you like, the good sense of all social workers. Gramsci drew that distinction between common sense and good sense. And good sense is the scientifically based actions and ideas that help you engage and understand the world better. So what are these 3? So first of all, conservative social work. So by conservative social work, what I mean here is a set of practices and attitudes held by practitioners and writers that see their task primarily as managing the poor. It works either consciously or unconsciously with distinctions between the deserving and the undeserving poor. And the notion is at the heart of this approach that the poor are poor because of their own failings in some way. And that as state professionals, our job is to manage them, to take responsibility for their lives. My view is that this is a minority view within social work. So these set of ideas are not the majority views held by social work academics or practitioners. But nevertheless, I'm sure we can all think of or all know social workers, either social work academics or scholars or practitioners, who do think around these terms, that there are the deserving and the undeserving poor, and that the poor are there because of something that they did wrong or they're failing in some way. Historically, if we think of one of the first social work organisations, as it is often claimed, that's the Charity Organisation Society in the UK and in America. And the Charity Organisation Society is claimed as a root social work organisation, but we should remember that the key task of the Charity Organisation Society was not charitable giving. So the key word is not charity in their title. The key word is organisation, because the Charity Organisation Society was concerned with the organisation of charitable giving, with a view that some people, the undeserving poor, were making claims of charity which were illegitimate. And that was taking away from those who had legitimate claims. And so the job of the early social workers was to make that distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor, and would do that by doing home reports, by doing background checks, and by making decisions on the on how poor people were living their lives, leading their lives, and how they'd got themselves into difficulties. So the Charity Organisation Society, certainly in the UK and America, is claimed as one of the early routes to social work, and it was shaped by these conservative social work ideas. Today, we can see elements of conservative social work, for example, in social work practitioners and social workers in the UK who are involved in the age assessment of refugees. When refugees come to Britain and claim asylum, if they are young, they will be put through age assessments to decide whether they are children or whether they are adults. And the basis of those decisions will be on unscientific notions of dental records, and then decisions will be made about whether those refugees are children or whether they are playing the system and undeserving of that category of support. So these are conservative social work, if you like. These are social workers as agents of social control. And we should never lose sight of the fact that social work has been, can be, and sometimes still is an agent of social control in this sense. The second approach is what I would call reform-orientated social work. Now, I think this is the majority of social workers, the majority of social work academics, the majority of practitioners who come into social work because they think it's a helping profession, or who think that it's an ethical career, who come in to support people in times of difficulty. They think that the key sort of values are things like empathy and understanding of people's complex lives, and therefore the need to have training in social science in order to understand people's lives in more detail. And that they recognise that when people want to bring about change in their lives, then they need support. And that support might come in terms of service provisions, or it might come in terms of finance and financial support, or it might be in terms of people to guide them through the hurdles in life. And that would be one of the key roles of the social workers. But the belief is that we can help people change their lives when they make that decision. When they want to change lives, they can change their lives with that support. And that life can be made easier and better for people if we are properly resourced, properly financed, if there are reforms that make it easier for people to get access to benefits or healthcare or jobs. And so the reform agenda is partly societal reform, partly policy change to improve people's lives, and partly very practical support to reform and help people reform their lives in this way. And this, in a sense, is the social worker as the agent of social reform and improvement to people's lives. And as I say, most social workers in some senses would fall under this category. And then there's a third broad categorization, which is radical social work. Again, a minority current within social work. I'm not claiming, I have never claimed, and I don't think any radical social worker has ever claimed that all social workers are radical practitioners or radical theorists. That isn't true. But radical social work, although it's a minority current, has been a significant voice in social work since its beginning. I want to stress since its beginning, because there are some writers who argue that radical social work only existed for a particular period and in a particular location. So Walter Lorenz, for example, argues that radical social work had a moment, and that moment was in the late 60s, the 70s, until the early 1980s. So 2 decades at most. And that it was overwhelmingly located in America, Canada, in Britain, in parts of Europe, and in Australia. But in other parts of the globe, there was no radical social work, and at other periods, there was no radical social work. And with the growth of the new right in the mid-1980s, radical social work went onto the defensive and then disappeared. So let me emphasize that I fundamentally disagree with Walter Lorenz when he makes that claim. What I'm going to argue in the next few minutes is that radical social work has always been a kernel, a small minority, but a kernel within social work since its very beginning. And it's not the case that radical social work has only been located in Europe, North America and Australia, but actually it is a global phenomena, and that wherever we have social work, we have a minority of practitioners who are committed to more radical forms of practice. Radical social work does not mean one particular approach, so it doesn't mean Marxism. Personally, I am a Marxist social worker, but radical social workers might self-identify as socialists or Marxists or anarchists or feminists or anti-racist activists or activists shaped by Gandhian principles or whatever. So there isn't a single radical approach or a single set of radical theories. But what unites radical social workers is the belief that our contemporary society is rotten, that it privileges the rich and the powerful, and that it creates a world of vast inequalities. And so to improve the lives of the majority of our world, we need radical structural change. At heart, that is the framework within which radical social workers operate. So radical social work is seen by its adherents not as a method, but rather as an approach. And here I'm going to quote from Mike Brake and Roy Bailey in their book from 1975, Radical Social Work. And what they said was that radical social work, we feel, is essentially understanding the position of the oppressed in the context of the social and economic structure. I don't want to be too historical, but I want to just quickly counter the sort of dismissal of radical social work to the 60s and 70s. And I want to do that just by mentioning a number of people. So we don't know enough about our history in social work, as said, and particularly our history of radical social work and radical pioneers. In the journal Critical Radical Social Work, we have a regular feature called Radical Pioneers, in which we celebrate those that have been written out of history, but who are pioneers of more radical forms of social work practice. And here are just some of the people that we have featured in that section. So Mentona Mosa. I would guess that most people here today have never heard of Mentona Mosa. Mentona Mosa came from an affluent family in Switzerland, and at the turn of the century, she came to Britain to study at Oxford University. While she was there, she got involved in the London settlements, the settlement movement that was there, and came across social work and came across the social work that worked in communities and alongside the poor and the dispossessed. She then started to self-identify as a social worker. She went back to Switzerland, and in the immediate aftermath of the First World War, was involved in setting up the very first school of social work in Switzerland. She was also a policy analyst and wrote government documents around dealing with TB and public health issues. And so she was a very significant activist and social worker and social welfare advocate. The interesting thing is that if you look at the history of social work in Europe or the history of social work in Switzerland, Mentona Mosa's name does not appear. So you might ask the question, why? And I think the answer is because in the early 1920s, Mentona Moser did something that the social work profession, or those who were writing the histories of the social work profession, felt very uneasy about. And that is that Mentona Moser became a founding member of the Swiss Communist Party. She was then active in the Communist Party throughout the 20s and 30s. In the 1930s, she was involved in organising a European-wide refugee support network, using all her social work skills to support those fleeing fascism and the growth of the far right in Italy and Germany and in Switzerland. She set up an organisation supporting supporting families of those who were being imprisoned for political crimes. And there's a huge amount for us to learn in terms of Mentona Moser's support for refugees and refugee work. Yet Mentona Moser, a very significant social worker, has been written out of social work's history. Jane Addams has not, but Jane Addams from America was involved in the settlement movement in Chicago in 1915. She appears on the front of Vanity Fair, the mainstream American magazine, where she is praised as the face of America for her work in the Chicago settlement, where she is supporting migrants from Italy and Germany and Ireland to settle into Chicago and into a new way of life in America. By 1917, the story changes and Jane Addams becomes one of the most wanted women in America. She's vilified. There is hostility from the press and the media, and she has to get people to look after her because of physical threats and violence that is aimed at her. What happened? Well, in 1917, when America joined the First World War, Jane Addams took an anti-war position. And her argument was that she worked with migrants from Germany, from Italy, from Ireland, that these were migrants who were in different sides in the European war, and that she would not take part in a war which was essentially saw the killing of ordinary working men and women from Germany, from France, from Russia, from India, from across the British Empire, killing and maiming each other in the name of empires, but not in the interests of ordinary people. Bertha Capon Reynolds, again an American pioneer, was involved in something called the social workers rank and file movement in the 1930s, was involved in sending support to Republican Spain in the war against Franco, was involved in organising social workers into trade unions, and then in the immediate post-Second World War period, she was denounced as a Communist Party fellow traveller. She was called in front of the House Un-American Activities committees, and she was banned from work as a social worker and an academic because she was identified by the American state as being a troublesome radical. Sylvia Pankhurst is perhaps best known as a women's rights advocate, as a socialist activist. She probably didn't claim to be a social worker, but in the period 1914 through to 1917, in the East End of London, during the First World War, she turned her gaze towards welfare work and to what we would recognise as social work today. Advocacy. Her network were involved in advocating on behalf of women whose husbands and partners had gone to fight in the war and who had been injured or killed and who weren't getting money from the British Army and facing financial ruin at home. She advocated for them with the public assistance committees who were doling out small monies to those in poverty. She set up community cafes. She set up a project providing milk for babies. She set up a factory to make toys for children in the East End so that in the winter of 1916, every child in the East End would have one Christmas present. She employed their mothers to make the toys so they would have money, and she was involved in making sure that those toys were then distributed towards the children of the poor. Esme Odgers is from Australia. Australian social workers today don't know anything about Esme Odgers. She came from Newcastle. She was travelling around the world. She was a member of the Communist Party. She landed in Spain just as the Spanish Civil War broke out, and she was involved in setting up children's colonies to look after the children, orphan children, in the midst of that civil war. At the end of the civil war, as Franco's troops surround Barcelona, she marched those children out over the Pyrenees into France, and then from France across to England, where she was involved in making sure that those children were adopted or fostered before they could return home. Or the welfare program of the Black Panther Party, or the Latin American reconceptualization movement, rarely talked about or known about within social work, but a fantastically radical social work movement in Latin America. Or in India, the colleagues working out of the Tata Institute, such as Medha Padkar and various other colleagues of her ilk. So my point is, I'm sorry to labour the point, but when Walter Lorenz and other academics say that radical social work doesn't have a history that's international, or that it's only time specific to a 2-decade period at the end of the 60s, I want to argue through example that radical social workers have been there from the very beginning and have been there wherever there is social work, whether that is Australia, India, Africa, Latin America, America, Europe, Britain, or America. Wherever there is social workers, you will find a minority who self-identify as radical theorists and practitioners. So radical social work then is the social work as the radical change agent, the organizer of the organizer of and with communities and networks and campaigns in their political engagements to challenge for fundamental social change. And the job of radical social workers is not only to engage in those movements for social change, but to argue for that position within social work more broadly. So those three approaches then, conservative social work, reform-orientated social work, radical social work, I think are three perspectives which vie for the soul of social work. They each represent a different orientation, and they are constantly in contest with each other, debating with each other, arguing with each other for what is the most appropriate form of practice and orientation towards the world. I'm a radical social worker. Others will come from different perspectives, but we should not be ashamed, or we should not be embarrassed to say that social work is a vibrant, live profession where debates such as the nature of our profession and our role in bringing about social change are fundamental to what we do. Okay, second part of the talk, I want to then go on to look at how this is related to different ways of working. And again, I want to do this because in social work, we tend to think about, you know, that notion that we are a single unified profession means that we don't tend to talk about what I'm going to call the horrible histories of social work. In the book that I wrote with Vasilis Yakimodis and Ian Ferguson called Global Social Work in a Political Context, brought out 3 years ago now, we had a chapter in that book which we called Social Work's Horrible Histories. Now, the title might seem a bit to you, but the context for that is that in the UK, there is a popular children's book series called Horrible Histories, which tells gory details of historical episodes, is a way of trying to capture imaginations of children and to get them to think about history. But we wanted to say that actually there are some horrible histories in social work, and that social workers need to grapple with those histories and not just sweep them under the carpet. So we wanted to tell some horrible histories, some of the things that have been done under the name of social work and that we should be ashamed of. Then, in a recent paper, Ian Ferguson and myself, it's not quite out yet, it's out in the next few months. Ian Ferguson and myself have talked a little bit more about this, and we've talked about this in terms of the 3 C's: a social work of collusion, a social work of compliance, and a social work of contestation. So, our case is that we need to take ownership of the wrongs done in the name of social work to ensure that we never do them again. And again, the point to emphasise is that in the history of social work, there have been some terrible things done, but there have also been some fantastic episodes over which we should be so proud. But as you can have both good and bad, hope and horror, it forces us to think about the politics of social work and the decisions that we make. So, what do we mean by the 3 C's? Collusion. So first of all, collusion or active collusion. So let me just give you a few examples here, and I'm not going to spend much time. You can read about them. I'm sure you will know some of them. But first of all, during the Nazi era in Germany, some social workers actively colluded with the Nazi state. Social workers were involved in identifying disabled children who were then put through the euthanasia program. Social workers in Nazi Germany were involved in identifying Jewish families and sending them down the horrors of the Holocaust. Social workers were from top to bottom involved in collusion with the Nazi machine. Don't want to spend too much time on this, although I do want to point out, as a contrast, the story of Irene Sendler. Irene Sendler was a social worker. She was Polish. She worked in Warsaw when the Nazis invaded Poland and Warsaw. She worked to smuggle children out from the Jewish ghetto and to make sure that those children were fostered in non-Jewish families across Poland. And she kept records of where those children, their family, their background, and where they were residing and who was fostering them, so that after the war, hopefully, they could be rejoined together. So, yes, there were social workers who colluded with the Nazis in Germany. There were social workers who were imprisoned by the Nazis, and there were people like Irene Sendler who contested and resisted what was happening in Nazi Germany. There were social workers in Franco's Spain who colluded with Franco's regime. Actually, social work in Spain was set up after the Spanish Civil War by the Francoist regime. And 2 horror stories that it was involved in. First of all, it was involved in the removal of what were deemed red children. So the removal of children from families because their parents were seen to be politically suspect, communists or anarchists, or their parents were being shot, had been killed, or were imprisoned, and those families were removed and placed with safe Spanish families so that they would have appropriate values, Francoist values, and support the nation rather than the socialist ideals of their parents. Something similar happened in Greece. In Greece, social work was set up again under the generals, and one of the first things that the social work organisations did after the Greek Civil War, at the end of the Second World War, was to remove children from red families. Very similar practice in both those areas. So in contrast, let me just mention the woman that I mentioned in the previous slide, Esme Odgers. She was a social worker. She was involved in supporting children in Spain and took the side of the Republican in the Civil War against Franco. So we have both hope and horror at the same time. Third example is an example from the UK. Throughout much of the 20th century, UK social work was involved in the process of sending young children, some of whom were orphans, but not all, but looked after children across the British Empire to Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. This is a practice that went on right up until the mid-1970s. It has now revealed horror stories, so young children who were put on ships perhaps with a sibling, perhaps on their own, who spent 6 weeks on a ship to travel to Australia, were then passed into the care of various religious organisations in Australia, where the evidence is now that they were subject to the most horrendous physical and sexual abuse. Or in South Africa, the social work organisations colluded with the demands of the South African state that the young orphans that were being sent from Britain had to be of the appropriate racial stock to support apartheid South Africa. Social work, and the forerunner of the British Association of Social Work, was involved in these processes. It's a shameful event. But in contrast, a social worker called Margaret Humphreys in the 1970s, in the late 1970s, early 1980s, was involved in discovering, revealing, and advocating for the rights of those young children of empire. She continues to live in the Midlands in England, and is a fine example of somebody who spoke truth to power in that way. And the final one is those social workers who actively colluded with the various military juntas across Latin America, in Chile, in Argentina, and Uruguay, and Brazil. Social workers actively worked alongside the generals to stabilise their countries. And the irony is that many of them were involved in removing children, in policing families of those who were social workers, so their colleagues in social work who were in prison, being tortured, or in many cases being murdered by the military regime. So social workers in Latin America were on both sides, those who colluded with the junta and those who were active in the people's movements for liberation across the continent in the 60s and the 70s. So these are terrible examples which as social workers and social work academics we don't tend to talk about, but this is social work as a profession. Social work as an institution, social work as practitioners, social work as academics and theorists, actively colluding with some of the most barbaric regimes in the 20th century, and doing so under the rubric and under the label of social work. They claimed that they were social workers. They were doing social work for the familial values of Franco or the Greek generals or the military juntas in Latin America, or they were affiliated with the Nazi parties and its notions of family, state, church, and kitchen in that way. So we have to acknowledge in part of that horrible history, to work out what went wrong and to make sure that social work is never involved in active collusion with the powerful and oppressive again. A second approach, I think, is I'm going to call passive compliance, or we call passive compliance. This stems from, the pressures of the world and people seeing themselves as social workers who are all about professional neutrality. But actually, this means bowing to political pressure. In reality, I think what this means is that it's complying with the demands of particular political regimes. It's not active collusion with the most authoritarian regimes, but it is compliance with neoliberal regimes, for example, at the present. So this means, as a profession, failing to speak out about the nature of poverty or the or how poverty is getting worse, as the impact of service cuts or rationing of services, failure to speak out about climate change and its consequences, failure to speak out at the consequences of institutional racism and the way that it divides our societies, failure to speak out about the impact of misogyny, violence against women, failure to take a stance on the question of abortion rights and access to abortion for women, keeping quiet against all these key issues is a form of passive compliance. It means keeping one's head down, complying with the policies that we know make life more difficult for people, going along with the rationing of services, or going along with depictions of the undeserving or problematic populations. It means complying with the drivers of neoliberal capitalism or populist governments. And it means deprioritising or ignoring the social work value base in the faces of the practicalities of our world and the practicalities of social welfare work and the practicalities of having to do this in a neoliberal era. So passive compliance is when we take our eye off our value base, we just put our heads down, see ourselves as being professionally neutral, and end up going along with policies which makes the lives of ordinary people so much worse. And then the third C is contestation, because at every point there's always room for people to contest, to challenge the practices that we face in our society. So this means emphasising the structural inequalities that are the roots of social problems, that they are not the result of individual failing. It means having a critique of welfare states and the way in which welfare states can be oppressive and controlling. It's advocating for a different relationship, a relationship of equality between workers and clients and service users. It means an emphasis on collective approaches to social problems rather than individualising them. It means advocating for an alliance between social workers and collectives of service users. It means realising that social workers in the modern world are workers as well as professionals, and that we should be involved in trade unions and fighting for the rights for ourselves as workers. And it means a recognition that social work radicals must be linked in with and be part of social movements for change. Because I would argue that it's in those social movements for change that we get our energy, our inspirations, and our innovations. And what I mean here is that if we look back at things like anti-racist social work or feminist social work, where did those things come from? They did not come from within the profession itself. Ideas about anti-racism were not generated within social work on its own, but rather social work was challenged by the anti-racist movements in the outside world who challenged social work. Well, what are you doing about racism? What do you do about institutional racism? What do you do about your histories of supporting the powerful, etc., etc.? So it is in the movements outside, the movements for change outside of social work, that we get our energy, our inspiration, and within those movements that we are challenged to constantly rethink our priorities, our values, and our theories, and to see if they are adequate to the needs of the modern world. Okay, so I want to try and bring those 2 points together with now the last part of the talk, really, the problems that we face of the present. And I've called this slide the runaway train and the four horsemen of the apocalypse. So the runaway train is an idea that comes from the philosopher Walter Benjamin and his writings on the concept of history. Walter Benjamin was writing in the 1920s and the 1930s. And in 1939, he took his own life. He was a Marxist and a Jewish scholar, and he tried to escape Nazi Germany, tried to escape the Nazis, but his way out was barred and he faced imprisonment, and with that he took his own life. And in one of his last pieces of writing was the concept of history, and he talked about the world of the 1930s being an uncontrollable runaway train. He said that capitalism or the modern world is like a runaway train and it's hurtling towards the abyss. And for him, revolution or the job of radical change is to pull the handbrake on that train. And I think that's a very powerful way of thinking about the problems and the crises that we face at the present, the way in which our world is hurtling towards the abyss, and it is the job of all of us who consider ourselves to be radicals to pull the handbrake and allow humanity to get off that train before it takes us over the abyss and annihilates our world and all people who are on it. So that's the runaway train. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, of course, that comes from the Christian Bible in the book of Revelations. And in the book of Revelations, the four horsemen of the apocalypse are identified as marking the ends of society as we know it. And in the Christian teaching, the four are normally pestilence, war, famine, and death. But I want to suggest that at this point in time, social work as a profession and human society is facing our four linked horsemen, and these are climate change, COVID-19, inequality and oppression, and war and recession. So I'm running out of time and I don't have to spend too much time talking about climate change, and I could have several slides that would go through the extent of the climate change catastrophe. Whether that is about the destruction of forests, whether that is about the impact of damming, whether that is about the production of carbon dioxide and fossil fuels, we all know that we are in a desperate situation and that we need to act now. The best time to act was probably about 40 years ago, 50 years ago. But the second best time to act is today. Because with each day, with each week, with each month that we prevaricate, we bring about the prospect of reaching the tipping point. And when we get to the tipping point, then at that point, human life will become unpredictable. We can think of the examples. We know we're on this trajectory. We know it's the flood seasons in India and how irregular they have been and the catastrophes that that's been, whether it has been the exceptional heat that Australia has gone through over the last 2 summers, whether it is the heat of Europe this year, the hottest on record, in Britain, the temperatures in the 40s for the first time ever, whether it is the melting of the ice caps, or whether it's the melting of the Alps or the mountain tops, whether it's deforestation, whatever those things are, we know that modern capitalism is having a huge impact on our world and our ecological systems, and we have to act soon. We know all this represents a threat to the human race. I just want to make one point, and that is that faced with this, some people are arguing that the problem is that there are too many people. This Malthusian argument has been around for a couple of hundred years, and we shouldn't imagine that that it's gone away. But some people are arguing that basically there are too many people in this world. We cannot support them all, and that they are using so many resources that they are responsible for the ecological crisis that we face. This simply isn't true. We should be clear about this. We have enough food to feed the population several times over. We destroy food on a daily basis. It's not about the number of people. It is about the drives of a system of competitive capitalist accumulation. And I always think that when people say there are too many people in the world, the question I always want to ask them is, what people? Because those that say that never mean there are too many of them. They don't mean them and their family, or them and their family and their community, or even their country. So when people say there are too many people in the world, they tend to be American or British or European, and they don't mean there are too many British, American or European people. What they mean is there are too many poor people in the global south, and we must reject this. The too many people argument is an argument of racism, and it's an argument which completely misses the point. The point is that capitalism is a system that is driving the climate catastrophe. So we know that climate catastrophe is coming unless we act. We know that this is a systemic crisis, but we also know that this is a social work crisis. We need action now to save humanity and to save our world. But we know that in the meantime, all those who will suffer most from the spiralling crisis will be our people, those we work with. They will be the communities of the poor. They will be our people, the elderly, those with additional needs. The climate crisis is real, and this is an urgent social work issue. COVID-19. Again, we can talk about COVID-19 and the consequences, but it's worthwhile noting that disproportionately, those from poorer backgrounds, those from poorer countries have suffered most in the COVID crisis. But again, the COVID crisis is an example, or in terms of its roots, is directly related to how our world is organised. The social geographer Mike Davis wrote a book about almost 20 years ago called Monster at the Door, in which he said that the way in which agriculture is increasingly industrialised, and in particular what's called the livestock revolution, where large numbers of chickens and cattle and pigs are brought together and intensively farmed in factory-like conditions, that these are creating a petri dish for new viruses. This, combined with urban sprawl and urban slums, and the continuing expulsion of poor farmers from their land, pushing them further into forested areas, made worse by deforestation, all of these are a condition of modern food production and modern agricultural practices, of modern capitalism, and all of them are creating the conditions where zoonotic jump is more likely, that viruses that are common in the animal kingdom will jump into the human species. And actually, Mike Davis, looking at the evidence, said that we have been very lucky with COVID-19 because it could have been far, far worse. But unless we change the conditions and how we rear animals, how we deforest, how we exclude people from the land, then at some point in the next week, the next month, the next year, the next decade, there will be another epidemic, and this time it could be far, far worse. So it's the second horseman, if you like, is the threat of epidemic and what we are doing about it, and how, again, this is rooted in the systemic priorities of modern capitalism. We know about inequality and oppression, but under neoliberalism, inequality has got much, much more severe. And the COVID crisis has revealed the continuing relevance of all manner of oppressions. So whether that is the rebirth of the Black Lives Matter movement in the face of oppression in America and the way that that spread around the world as a challenge to the institutionalized racism that operates in most states across the globe, whether that is the reification of Islamophobia across the world, where Muslim communities are targeted and victimized by governments across the globe, whether that is about the history of imperial legacies and the demand, the justified demand that we decolonize our curriculum and our ways of thinking, whether that is about the evidence of gendered violence, or the impact of the US Supreme Court decision to revoke Roe versus Wade and its impact on women, then what we are seeing is an intensification of both inequality and various oppressions which make the lives of ordinary people much, much worse. And therefore, within social work, we have to take account of these in our theorisation, but we have to understand and bring that into our practice. And finally, the fourth horseman is the threat of war and recession. Recession is a war on the poor, and unemployment and poverty have grown, and the COVID crisis has made that worse, and we're facing a very significant global recession. But that is going hand in hand with hot and cold wars. We have the war in Ukraine, we have Israel's attack on the Palestinians and repeated attacks on Iran. We have Saudi Arabia's attacks on Yemen. We have the US, UK, Australia arms race with China, made much more severe by Pelosi's visit yesterday to Taiwan. And of course, we have the tensions around the India Pakistan border. So I think we are in a world where through climate crisis, through threat of epidemic, through reinforced inequalities and oppressions, recession and war, we are facing some intractable crises that are structural crises which demand action. So what do we do? So before the present crisis came into being, social work, I think, was in some difficulties. There was a sense of crisis around social work, and internationally, neoliberalism had dominated, and now there were neoliberal models of social work. We saw the rise of medical and individualistic models of intervention at the expense of collective responses to human problems. There's been a culture in most countries of budgetary restraints, of rationing and target setting in social work, colluding or complying with those demands. There's been a work culture of managerialism, of controlling or attempting to control the autonomy of social work professionals and the decision making that they make. And so it seems to me that for those of us who are committed to a more radical model of social work, time is of the essence. We need to gather our forces together across the world, work together, campaign together, and rebuild radical social work as part of the global movements for change and for a better world. And this might seem like a big task, but there are examples. There are examples, for example, of Hong Kong, where in the most difficult circumstances, we have colleagues and comrades in the social welfare network who have been part of the movements for change in Hong Kong, for protection of services, for protection of the services of the poor, and who have been involved in the democracy movements in Hong Kong. In Hungary, social workers have stood up, have faced imprisonment because they have stood out against the laws being implemented by the far-right government in Hungary, which has made homelessness illegal. Such a bizarre concept, but they campaigned against that and faced imprisonment, but were prepared to stand up and speak out in the face of that assault there. In Latin America, in Chile and Brazil and Uruguay, we have seen the rebirth of the reconceptualization movement of social workers. In Greece, some of the social workers involved around support for refugees at the main entry points to Fortress Europe have been heroic in the job that they've done. In Ireland, there is a network of social workers involved in the campaigns for LGTB rights and for women's rights, so that in one of the most backward countries in Europe in terms of women's rights and gay rights has now become one of the leading countries, because in recent years the policy changes around abortion and LGTB rights, and social workers were centrally involved in those campaigns. In the US, there's networks in Boston, New York, Chicago, and Texas of radical social workers throwing themselves into the movement for Black Lives Matter, throwing themselves into the movement against the decision of the Supreme Court. So across the globe, we have examples of social workers and social work movements joining together joining together with social movements and joining together as social work organisations to try and rethink our theories and our practice in the face of the crises in which we are currently facing. And for me, that's how we should regenerate, rejuvenate social work today. And that's me finished.
So please continue, sir. There has been an interruption.
So I don't know where Teresa is. So Teresa, is it now questions? Is there any questions or
Yes,
any
sir.
debate?
Just a minute, sir. Participants, if you have any questions, you can ask questions, or please do type your questions in the chat box. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Dear participants, am I audible? Yes. Sir, there's a question in the chat box. Shall I read it, sir? I don't think it's a question. comment? Mr. Abu Osama has asked what could be the possibility of introducing a method of social work besides the intellectually and ideologically embedded social work curriculum.
So I missed that question, so I'm trying to find it here. So I think this is what I mean. So I don't think there is a radical social work method. It's not my view that you can reduce it to a ways of operating. I think radical social work is about an orientation to the social problems of the world and an orientation to the demands of the people that we work with. But as a radical social work, that will mean sometimes working with individuals, sometimes with families, sometimes with communities, sometimes in campaign networks. And we will use a variety of methods when we do that work. In general terms, I think what the radical method does involve is, wherever possible, to collectivize the problem or to socialize the problems that individuals face and to collectivize the solution. So, for example, that we don't blame individuals, but we understand that the problems that people have are a result of the kind of society in which we live in, and that if they have a problem, other people will have similar problems. So, for example, if there is a family whose housing conditions are poor in the city centre, we can fight that. We can advocate for them in terms of their individual house and its improvement, or else we can collectivise that problem and recognise that if there is one family with poor housing, there are several families in the same area with poor housing, or the entire community with poor housing, and therefore it is a collective problem. We collectively need better sewage or better housing or better electricity, and we will collectively organise to raise that demand for the betterment of all. So, socialise the problem, collectivise the solution would be one aspect of the method, but radical social work is not prescriptive in what it demands of any social worker in terms of how you should act.
Any more questions? Participants, you can interact. If you have any questions, you can unmute yourself and interact. Or please do type your questions in the chat. So, Azama, you have any other questions? Coming to radical practice, as you have explained to us, how do we face the challenges, like, as radical social workers, when we raise our voices or against the oppression and discrimination by the government, or there are a lot of challenges, and can you suggest the means how we can tackle the challenges?
Okay. So I'm struggling a little bit with the audio, but I think this is so. Let me. So I think it's very important that social workers always make themselves safe when speaking out. Okay. And again, the best way for that to happen is for people to collectivize their voice. So either through their professional organisations or their trade unions or their social work organisations, it is better for them to speak out. So, for example, in India today, if you were an individual social worker to speak out against the attacks on Muslim communities by Hinduista thugs. This would be dangerous for you as an individual. But collectively, for social work to speak out is an important thing for us to do. So you should always be careful. Whether that's in India or whether that's in Britain or America, you should make sure that you're not exposing yourself to be victimized in that way. So we have to be sensible about how we speak out, and we speak out collectively, but we speak out.
Thank you, sir. That's really true. That like you cannot voice out individually. We need a collective movement where we can voice out together. But there is a lack here because most social workers, like many of us, we are not a part of any professional associations. Like we need to strengthen the associations probably so that we can revive the radicalism in India. Over to you, Dr. Yes, please, sir.
Already typed. Yes. Is it? I mean, necessary to speak? I have already typed it.
Typed it.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Type the question in the chat box.
So, okay, Abu Osama, so you're asking, so the question is about indigenous methodologies and knowledge. Okay, so this is a big question. So first of all, the positive aspect about it, as part of decolonizing social work, we need to look at all manner of ideas and theories and practices from right around the world. We shouldn't start with the assumption that social work is what is practiced in Britain and America and export that to other countries. That is the wrong approach. But nevertheless, it is the approach of some organizations within international social work. Okay, but this is the wrong approach. So, given the histories of social work in particular localities, there will be different ways of thinking about problems and offering solutions. And for me, the dividing line is not whether they are European or Indian or African or Latin American in origin. It is whether their orientation is towards the needs of the masses, of the people, or not. I think there is a really important role. So I would like to make a plug for anybody on the conference. The journal Critical Radical Social Work. We have tried to have a radical pioneer from India, and so far I haven't found anybody who is willing to write a 5,000-word article about a key radical pioneer and their social work in India. So here's an offer. The rest of the global community needs to know about the radical traditions in India and where they intersect with radical traditions from America and Europe, and where they are distinctively Indian, and what that means. So we would love to have that in the journal, and I think that's the appropriate way. It's an engagement that doesn't dismiss, it doesn't prioritize, it doesn't, but it's open to new ideas. We have to be open to new ideas from new locations around the world all the time, and we should be absolutely clear about this, especially given the demands to decolonize social work and curriculums at this point in time. Abu Osama, does that answer? Okay.
Any more questions from the participants? I'll just give you a moment. If you have any more questions, please do type it in the chat box. But otherwise, let's conclude the session. So thank you very much, sir. On behalf of PSG College of Arts and Science, on behalf of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of our college, PSG Center for Advanced Research and Excellence, PSGCAS, and on behalf of the Department of Social Work of PSG College of Arts and Science, and on behalf of the organizers, we do extend our sincere gratitude to you, sir, for having readily accepted our invitation. And within a short notice, again, sir, you were on a holiday. So, despite being in a holiday, you have consented and you have taken your time from your free time for contributing. So that it shows to us the commitment that you have, sir. So it has been a privilege having you in the session, sir. So we've read a lot, like you've come across the articles that you've written, the books that you've written, but sharing this platform with a stalwart like you, it is really encouraging for social workers, educators, and practitioners here in India. So we would like to associate with you also, sir. So we are happy that you are the editor-in-chief of the journal. So we do also like to associate and we do like to publish articles in future regarding radical, critical, and radical social work in India. So thank you for providing us this support. And you have explained in a very simple manner the difference between conservative, reform-oriented, and radical social work. And as you presented, like I was able to retrospect and understand like how we have been for practicing this passive compliance because of the fear to voice out. As social workers, sometimes we do have to compromise, focusing more on ourselves than on how can we contribute to the society as social work educators and practitioners. So once again, thank you, sir. And you have very beautifully highlighted the four horsemen in the contemporary world. And at present, I think these are the major challenges that are facing the society globally, not only regionally here in India, though the severity or the magnitude of the problem is different for the emerging and market developing economies. However, you have pointed out very clearly the major problems that we are facing. Not only COVID-19, we are still due to climate change and all these things, like we are ahead to face many more tropical or public health disasters also in the future. But we need to be prepared as radical social workers to address the issues that we might face in the future also. So once again, I take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to you, sir. Thank you very much. It means a lot to us, you sharing this platform with us. You are an inspiration. Like there are many of the participants, particularly Mr. Abu Osam also. Like there were many people who were interested. They were even asking like when your session is. They have shown a keen interest to participate in your session and listen to you. So you have given us an enriching experience. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Teresa, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invite. And let me reiterate that the journal Critical Radical Social Work would love to have articles from colleagues at the conference today, and we would be really interested in expanding that debate about the radical traditions in India and where that fits in that overall perspective. So thank you very much for the invite. It's been an honor.
And once again, like we have registered in Social Work Action Network only very recently after getting to know about you. I would also request Social Work Fraternity take this platform to request all the educators and the practitioners. There is also, you can register, you can pay a minimum fee or you can also register free of cost. There is an option. So please do take this opportunity and register yourself in Social Workers Action Network. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye, sir.
Participants, thank you for your active listening. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for taking your time with us. I hope today you would have had a very enriching experience in the session today. So looking forward to connect with you for the same. Just a minute, let me post the feedback link. It will be posted in just a minute, and I will also share it in the WhatsApp group as per the request of the participants. So though you need not worry, it will also be shared in the WhatsApp. If you have any suggestions or any queries, kindly inform us.
Thank you all. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you.
The feedback form has been pasted in the WhatsApp group also. Participants, you can fill it. Thank you for joining with us today. Have a good day and let us meet tomorrow morning for another enriching session. Sure, sir. It's already on YouTube. I have sent the link to the WhatsApp group. I will resend it to the WhatsApp group so you can see. Thank you. Thank you.